What's up, folks? Here for another live stream. As always, skip ahead for the playback. You know, I gotta wait for the notification to get sent out to the folks on TikTok. I'll say a couple of things. I appreciate everybody who supports and all that. So this is kind of for the playback. Everybody that supports. What's up, CR? I'm just getting started. You literally just press the button. What's up with your boss, man? So I don't mind if you dip out and come back. Or you stick around. I'll be starting here within the next few minutes. Just every time I start, I always open up because I repost these things on YouTube. So typically, like, I start off talking, telling people if you're watching a playback to skip ahead a couple minutes, stuff like that. Yeah, right. And this is gonna be pretty eye opening. This newspaper clip that I found. I don't give a damn about a Democrat. I just realized it was in a newspaper clip. This called a Democrat. I'm like, oh, I don't care about that. But that ain't got nothing to do with the document. In fact, just to kind of give you an idea, they mention the ancient Yamasis right here. I think I got it over here to where I can highlight shit. Let me see. Let me see. Did I save it? Yeah, right here. Okay. What's up, people? Coming up in here for the morning. Roku City. What is the topic? We just got started. What's up, Regal? Appreciate that. Appreciate the gifts. How you doing this morning, boss man? What was it at? They were talking about the ancient Yamasis. I was really looking up, which is crazy. I was really looking, here it is. Yeah, I can highlight now. I like to be able to highlight, especially since you can't see all of this damn thing. Oh yeah, if I try to go down, it won't let me do that. But let me do that. The ancient Yamasis. That's what they're talking about, man. I'm doing pretty good this morning, man. It's raining, so it's gonna be a slow start to my day. Where did you find that info about Hempstead, Arkansas? It's you go to archive. I can show you. Hold on, let me adjust my little setup here. Get a little bit more comfortable. Adjust this. All right, for that Hempstead County thing, I got it saved, but it's actually. Oh, wait a minute. I need to stay on here. This is my photo stuff. I should have it saved. I think I saved it. I better have saved it. Let me see. There it is. The book is called, it's in archives.org, and it's called, it always takes a while to pull up, too. I don't know why. You can get the screenshot right there. Black slaves and early freedmen of Hempstead County, Arkansas, 1819 to 1850. And it might take a while. I don't know. It was doing that to me. So once it comes up, try to download it to your iPad or to your phone or whatever, so you don't have to wait for it all the time. I see you throwing jabs and hooks this Grand Rising. Man, yeah, I'm really excited this morning, man. And it's only a few of y'all in here. What's up, Brass Prophet? And just so y'all know, man, it's only a few of y'all, so I don't mind throwing this little thing in y'all ear. just for a little proof too, your boy is being chat with Mr. Chief Sekou. You know what I'm saying? My bad, I didn't even see that all that, but Chief Sekou got people's names all up in there. But we about to do this documentary series. You know what I'm saying? We talked about it sometime ago, like last week, and sometimes it could be like, maybe a long process. And I'll show y'all this real quick too. I'm gonna look at what you said there. He said, I need to get in touch with him to get some information he wanted from me. Yeah, man. Said, why who do you have? Do you have one-on-ones? I got questions. I might at the end of the stream, I might let you come up. After I say at the end of the stream. You see how this thing is taking forever? I said at the end of the stream. I mean, toward the end of the lesson, I should say. Yeah, if you want to come up, you can come up and ask some questions. Yeah, CR, you got to get in. What's up, Monet? Good morning, Grand Rising. I just seen an Asian auntie pressed about him on TikTok. Now that's what's up. And that's what I love, man. Like, yeah, like just last week, we said something like, look, man, it's like law of attraction, because I knew at some point I wanted to do a documentary. I knew I wanted to do a lot of them, but I was like, at some point I'm gonna ask these chiefs, him and Chief Warhorse, those are my only two. Like, at some point I'm gonna ask them for an interview, but I got to get my weight up. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. And really, it just happens that when you put in good work, people come to you. You know what I'm saying? He started following me one day, and he followed me back one day, I should say. And then he started liking a bunch of the content and would comment, and then one day I eventually joined some of the live streams he had or whatever, and he started talking. He had a bunch of people, all the people I like, C3 Mommy and B for All, I think might have been in there, and some other folks. And we was and he was talking about, just something about the reservation, this and that and the third. And I was like, man, he was just saying, if y'all want to come down to the reservation, I threw out there, knowing me, wink, wink. I was like, I can come out there and I can bring cinema cameras, So that was my little end, you know what I'm saying? And he was like, oh, definitely, you know what I'm saying? So we exchanged from that point. I was like, bad, man, that's how you do it, Is that the same as the Internet Archive website? Yeah, this is pretty much the Internet Archive, archive.org, and it's still not pulling up. Said I was on a couple of his lives too. Yeah. See, and it's amazing to be around that type of company, man. Like, I've seen him on many news channels, in front of all kind of white folks and government officials or whatever, and talking Yamasi talk. You know what I'm saying? And so, if it don't get too much more official than a black copper skin, I'm sorry, brother, solid brother, yeah, chief on the news, multiple places as a source, on some documentaries. That's gonna be amazing. See, this is some bull. Yeah, that's why I saved it, because it was doing that to me last time. What I can do, if it don't ever pull up for you, I can just DM me to remind me. I can upload my version and send you. I'll upload it to Dropbox and send you a copy of it. This thing be tripping. So each reservation is different. Each nation is different. Yeah, pretty much, to a degree. Yeah. My great-grandfather further back was on the Oklahoma reservation. Hold on, let me go over here, because this thing's making me dizzy. Come out here so y'all can see what we're going to be really getting into. keep this back here so I can read what y'all saying. Said Oklahoma. My great grandpa further back was on the Oklahoma reservations. We were always told we were native. Like some copper skin versions of us was able to be on reservations, whereas some didn't. I don't know back in the day if it was just a choice or some of us just got kicked out. Or if it was a choice and we were just like, man, I'm moving out. I just want to be more to the city because the city started becoming a thing at some point. Like my grandma is what's good, Alan Prince? Prince, I wonder, is that your real surname? Because my papa's name was a Prince. My mom's maiden name was Prince. So I got a lot of Prince in my genealogy for sure. Going back with some land owning some land. Make it make sense. What's happening? It's 11. There is no reservations in Oklahoma. Oh, yeah, there's reservations in Oklahoma. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, they still got areas that they call reservation where they got the little fake $5. They be out there, if I'm not mistaken. This is part of a sellout story. Only here for entertainment. You said this is part of a sellout story. You see what I mean? Everyone just thinks they can lie. You see a real American Indian or red. There was no black over here until... Okay, I figured you was on that type of time. There is no reservation in Oklahoma. Let me just, I don't know what you're talking about, but let's see. Are there Indian reservations in Oklahoma? What do you mean? What do you mean? You're looking kind of goofy right now. What do you mean, sir? It's Indian territory. Why wouldn't there be reservations in a whole state that was called Indian territory? In fact, the last state given recognition as an Indian territorial state. You want to throw another thing out? You want us to? What else can you say? What else you want us to debunk? Because you could have easily Googled that, and you just said it 4 times in the chat. There is no reservations in Oklahoma. Can you please stop, American Indians? We are indigenous. Ma'am, are you serious? You look like Honey Boo Boo. You look like a literal Honey Boo Boo in your avatar, ma'am. Honey Boo Boo was not indigenous to the Americas. Honey Boo Boo is indigenous to the trailer parks. Honey Boo Boo is indigenous to the trailer trash. They were never officially established by Congress. Sir, yes, there were Indian reservations in Oklahoma. Do you want to say a different, you want to say something else? Historic reservations still are recognized. The 2020 McGritt versus Oklahoma ruling reaffirmed that certain historic reservations, like the Muskogee Creek Nations, were never formally disestablished and remain Indian country for federal major crime laws. Sir, they have their own reservations. They have their own police forces. I lived in Oklahoma. I'm from goddamn Oklahoma, nigga. I'm from Oklahoma. So is CR the Great in here. Okay, are you a fucking moron? I've seen the fake $5 natives as well. I've seen the damn reservations to a degree. This niggas is weird. And they are not black. What do you mean it? Hold on. So you mean to tell me? Let me just see. Let's just go, because when we look at old things, nobody knows y'all existed. Everything pre-1800, nobody knew y'all existed. Let's take a look just in Virginia alone first. We're just going to look at Virginia first. Where's my Virginia folder so I can slap these people before I get... This is kind of cool. This gives me a way to kill some time. So before I show you all of these, I want to show y'all first. I got them all out of the British Museum, right? Now they're just gonna be like, "Ha, that's the colonizer." All that shit is gonna be colonizers, you dumbass. Y'all niggas didn't draw nothing. Y'all niggas ain't write nothing. Where's it at? Ain't nothing y'all got in anything past 1900, you dumbass. So anyway, it says print and tobacco paper, right? And now let's first zoom in right here where they got this person with feathers and heavily melanated with hoop earrings and his little staff, right? Now, the funny thing is they say this is in Virginia, right? Now, you're going to see a series of this, but if you're confused, because these people like to cosplay and appropriate, yeah, my ancestors used to not look like Honey Boo Boo, but now we do because of all that interbreeding. But I'm going to show that, we're going to bust that bubble too. But notice how it says right here, the black boy and still. I thought the black Indians didn't exist. Now, this is Virginia, but guess what? Let's get a year on one of these because there's going to be several of these because you know who was growing tobacco? We was. Even in the year 1703, you will find these things in the British Library with us having pearl earrings. We have curly hair and we're smoking tobacco. In Virginia, because we were trading tobacco. Look, they got melanated people picking and barreling up tobacco in the British Museum. Oh, look, they got melanated people sitting here smoking tobacco with pearl earrings and feathers. Oh, look, we got hoop earrings with curly hair and feathers in Virginia. Wow. Now that's crazy. I could go through many of these, even up to times like this, the Virginia cigarettes. Funny, man, how historically correct that is because you see that little that plate on her right here. This is good for the folks because I didn't have much of another lesson to go through. You see that little plate right there? Well, that plate is another plate that was worn by many other, Indians who were depicted here. So we're going to go and I'm going to show you some of those. Now, it might be in here. Let's see. Or it might be in my other folder. Yeah, because they said no black people existed here before. But where really it is no pale people existed. And they're very pale. That's not the one I'm looking for. It might be in this folder there. Give me just a second to hit you with the facts. In fact, we're about to hit you with a lot of black people because, see, people like y'all, we had y'all by y'all motherfucking hair and we was whooping y'all's ass with your little pygmy motherfucking asses. Your little 4'8" pygmy asses. But, okay, so, let me go down to the main thing I was looking at so I can show you the comparison on that thing from John Ogilvy's America, where they have that same plate on them. Where is it at? Oh, yeah, I'm about to slap y'all with the motherfucker. Now, that's from Virginia. Look at that. That ain't what I was about to show you, but now that's also a vase from Virginia smoking. Now, notice he's smoking, right? Just like they were smoking on the ones in Virginia on the other ones. Notice he has hoop earrings. Just like they had hoop earrings on the one that wasn't colored. Look at the patriotic colors on the motherfucking feathers. Wow, no black people existed here in Virginia. And notice how he's holding a green leaf of tobacco. Just like they did in the British Museum version. You feel me? These niggas can't. These motherfuckers ain't got no proof. Where was they at? Where was y'all at? Look, that's how many different people drew us, right? But I'm still trying to find that plate so I can hit you with that particular correlative fact. But I got so many damn receipts. I be going through so many of them. Now, every receipt in here is going to be of a black Indian. So let me just hit y'all with the quick look facts, right? Now, that would just be a meme, right? You would just say that's a meme. Okay, we found that. Now, that is listed on some maps. we're gonna get to some maps that I can show you the full maps. You got your nigger head tobacco. You got, he looks Indian. He's got pearls on. He's got hoop earrings. A similar theme going there. Pearls, hoop earrings, curly hair. Similar theme, right? Now this, I just found that, but this is supposed to be Billy Bowlegs. Kind of a similar theme here because you do have the triple pearls, and I'm going to show you where even the Spaniards say that the proper copper, and you got the hoop earrings, and also even this. Notice this. Notice the pattern design. Now this wasn't done by people in Germany, but later I'm going to show you Germans who also depict Indians, and when they do, they have designs like this. Now they don't do those weird triangular ass pattern designs that look like they came from Arizona. Why do y'all all do that? That don't make no sense. Y'all ain't got no style. Nobody actually depicted any of them goddamn triangles like that. Did you know that? Nobody in history was depicting Indians with triangles, and that's from Siberia. I guess y'all didn't know that. So one thing you'll notice with this is she has 2 pearl necklaces on. She also has pearls in her ears, good curly hair, all that good stuff, right? You'll notice the 2 pearls, the pearls are double pearls on the motherfucking ears, as well as the double pearls on there, on her arms, right? You got pearls, that's the same one, except it also added the dude. Now we're in some of the ones from Germany. Now in Germany, in every one of the churches, and you can see this online, I'll show y'all that, because they recently digitized this for online. But, this is a good start for the day. You got this one right here that they drew, and she has pearl earrings, pearl necklace. I have to get kind of close because she's topless. That one was Africa. You got this person right here, has the pearl earrings, pearl necklace, bow and arrow. She's pulling the bow out like she about to snipe a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Fucking with us. Just like she about to get y'all ass for coming up in here cosplaying and bullshitting. Because y'all can't, I ain't never seen y'all with a bow and arrow. That's kind of funny. Wait a goddamn minute. Besides on those old westerns that have fake ass motherfuckers in there with the bow and arrows, I never seen y'all with bow and arrows. I hardly ever see it. You know what I'm saying? Even in a bunch of actual, like, let's just do this. Let's just do this. Native American photographs. They got a couple bow and arrows, I guess. They got, where they at? Where the bows at? Where the bow and arrows at? Hold on. Because what I'm going to show you, everything I show you with the black Indians, so-called black, copper-colored real ones, the original Indians, I'm going to just start saying that. With the original Indians, I don't even like to say that. I just want to say Indians because ain't nobody else Indian. Them niggas is, y'all know what they are. Even like to say that. I just want to say Indians because ain't nobody else Indian. Them niggas is, y'all know what they are. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of, you don't look like you know what you're doing. Okay. Let's see. Anybody else with bow and arrows? He's got one, but they always just kind of holding it down. They ain't actually using it. and look, this was on a random, and you also don't see them wearing pearls. You got to think about that. They didn't wear pearls. Now, when you go back here, everybody, damn near everybody. Now, he's just in the very corner, but I'm sure he got his bow and arrows on him. But he has his pearls in his ears, okay? Now, she has her bow and arrows on her. Now, look at the pattern on that cloth. Remember what I said about the pattern on the cloth? They're like these beautiful block patterns. They go straight across, or sometimes they do a little bit different, but typically they're really nice, minimalist, but like something luxurious. If the quality of the material was amazing, I could see this be like something like a luxury shirt, like a luxury sweater, a luxury, whatever. And she's got the pearls on her arms. She's got the double pearls. She's got the pearl earrings and all that stuff. I think the people probably left out, but I still want to go through this. But notice she keeps a bow and arrow on her. You got to notice there is a theme. Now, he doesn't have his bow and arrow, but he has some kind of staff thing that's going on right there. But he has some pearls going around his neck as well, right? Let's see. She, whatever, does not have her bow and arrow on them. Typically they do. We're going to see a theme typically that they will. But they do have the pearls. This one's more of a turban, but this was how they depicted them. You got her right here with the double pearls, and she's copper colored, right? Okay. No, you got her kind of messing me up on the whole bow and arrows thing, but trust me, they will start coming back to back. But these are, she's got the pearl earrings. So all of these go back also with the whole Virginia thing, because they had pearls all in those ones in Virginia. Notice, I just noticed that. Notice that plate. Now that guy has that plate on his chest, you know, the almost like a what do you call it? A Flavor Flav clock. Now, this person has their bow and arrows with them, double pearls and a double pearls, okay? You got this guy over here. He's got the pearls and no bow and arrow, copper colored. I'm going to go past these because they kind of topless. That one's not topless. Notice the pattern on the design on the and didn't I say that shit would look nice? Like, I would wear that shit today. You just throw a motherfucking label on, throw your logo on that bitch, throw a Gucci logo on that bitch, and that motherfucking nice. This is why they made our women wrap up their hair and stop them from wearing feathers. Oh, I didn't think about that, but yeah, it really does kind of make you think. Why did they not like us having our hair natural? Right? And they never told them $5 Siberians they couldn't have their hair any kind of way. What he's saying, blacks are natives. Arlen Roland. These people don't stand by nothing they say. Half of them don't have an avatar. These images is why. Yeah, this is why, yep. See how, yeah, they've been hating, yep. And so, I remember I thought about that some time ago. Notice the red lips painted. The red painted lips, that's historic too. Oh, I didn't pay attention to that. That's a new one. She kept that file on. Had to go back up. So cultures can't be somewhat similar or it doesn't exist. What are y'all somewhat similar? I don't know what you mean by that, Tiger Lily. Who is what is somewhat similar? My father's father was Northern Cheyenne. But I'm mainly Lakota. Yeah. Sure you are. So it all started in Virginia. Yeah, in a sense, yes. Another Lakota begging for it. I just seen Monet say that. I'm Lakota. Oglala Lakota. Oglala Locato. Are you a Hispanic, sir? So it all started in Virginia. Yeah, and I'm going to show you, because think about it. We were still selling tobacco to people out of Virginia by 1700. It was showing that, you know. And we'll go back to that because that's going to kind of bring us into the newspaper article that I really came to read, because it's going to kind of help us tell some of this history of what possibly happened. What's up, Fadi? Good morning. It's going to help us tell some history. So 2.9% just doesn't matter, right? Spanish isn't the same as the Ojibwe. 2.9% of what? I'm from the Pine Ridge, South Dakota Reservation. Why they got y'all in prison like that? Why would you go live on an encampment like that, man? I guess you just need that per cap enough. You'll stay on the reservation. Typically, that's what it is. It's basically like It's a different form of like Section 8. Like with our Section 8, you like gotta pay a little bit of money, like $20 a month, right? And you get a place, and then you get your food stamps, right? Well, for them, it's a little bit different. They stay on the reservation, which is their Section 8, and they don't pay for it. And then they get per cap, which is kind of like their food stamps, and they get spending money. Some of them don't. Some of them still live on there, and they just get food stamps, and they poor as hell. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get what y'all be doing. You say you live in paradise? Hold on. You said what? You said no per cap, work, no food stamp, live on my own land. No, y'all can't own the land, sir. If you're on a reservation, we're not stupid here. Reservation people can't own land. Y'all lease that shit. Sir, you do know we know a little bit of something. And that's what's funny. This is your land, but you can't own any of it. But we have the most heirs property there is. You say I live in a prairie. So you live in a barren land? Land from back in the day they gave us. If they gave it to you, then you would own it. No, you don't own it, sir. You can say that all you want. I've seen there's a guy that goes around right now, motherfucking what's his name? White dude off of on YouTube. He goes to all of y'all reservations. I've seen all his videos at all of y'all reservations. You do not own land. Even your homes, half of y'all can't even own their own damn homes. These niggas be lying so damn much, but they gotta make it see. They gotta try to sell the story. I got my land. It's on a reservation that they gave him. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. Let me do it on this end. We're gonna get to the lesson too. Let me pull up the actual, because I can pull up hundreds of Indians depicted by so many different people, and so many like, why are these people depicted like that? Or where's that one that I had just found? That was one I had found recently in the archives. There is one right there in the British Museum, right, on a map. I think it might have been on the map, or it might have just been when I selected Indian. Notice the arrows behind his back. British Museum knows about us. And notice I think that's 1897 museum. That might be the year. That might be a little bit off on that one. That might not be the year. But notice, that on a map in the French archives on a map, right? Notice, we could go through tons of these things. I could be here all day showing you depictions. What you won't find is them. You won't find anything of them in depictions, because that's why they try to draw a lot of it in 1900. And a lot of it, when you go to their museums, they won't have none of this shit. They gonna have just nothing from like 1900s and above. Even like the James Woolridge Indians of Virginia from 1675, right? What do they look like? What do these folks look like? Copper colored, somewhat afroed ups, right? Willow's Peak, right? All that going on, right? It don't really look like y'all people, It just, I'm not seeing y'all people anywhere pre-1700, pre-1900. Really, you know what I'm saying? I'm not really seeing why she got an afro like that. That's crazy with the double pearls, right? A similar theme, right? Double pearls, right? How come y'all ain't never got the double pearls? Y'all don't be stunting like this nigga right here? Y'all don't like to stunt? Nah, y'all don't like to stunt. Y'all say we flossing too much. Them damn black Negroes want to floss all they jewelry and shit, not knowing that's the culture, nigga. What's up, Nikki? Good morning. Great rising. They appreciate the gifts. They ain't got shit. Hell yeah, nomads. They wouldn't know what to do with pearls if they walked across those motherfuckers barefoot and it hurt their motherfucking foot. They wouldn't know what to do with the pearls. Okay? They just walk past. I can't eat that. And notice the minimalist design on their sheets. See how the themes carry over from different people who depict them? Everything is minimalist. Now let's go back real fast to the Native Americans. You're gonna see all these weird patterns. Like when did they start doing all this shit? right? Y'all didn't see none of that shit depicted by any of these people I was showing you, right? Where did y'all get that shit from? Where did you source the materials for these kind of outfits, right? Because that ain't what they was depicting any of the Indians. Did you see an Indian dressed like this, y'all? Anybody see an Indian dressed like this fake ass wannabe Pocahontas right here? Did anybody see this kind of drapery and all these extras added to that? Hand me some more leaves to add to my decor. This is the most minimalist one they got, and even it is still kind of all over the place. And it looks a little bit doctored. Now, there you go. There you go, one. Now, it's a plaid design. I didn't see no niggas with plaid, but at least you don't have, and she probably got that. She probably lived with a white person. And that probably is a Spaniard, to be honest with you, not a Siberian. So that's one thing you'll also have to pay attention to, too, because it's your Siberians who have the Siberian looking kind of shit. Now, when you look up, like, let's say, like your Seminoles, Seminole Indians, a lot of their stuff looks more Hispanic looking, doesn't it? They got a little bit of them triangles and that weird shit going on, but a lot of it looks more what? Mexican inspired, right? Like you're about to go out there and dance and twirl in a circle for that bitch to start flinging around and stuff. You know what it is? Because down there at the bottom right, the Spaniards are playing games and being Indians. Over there where the Siberians are, usually up north and, coming from them Eskimo areas where it's cold and y'all niggas need to be from. That's where you got those people that look like depicting themselves like the other shit that I just showed. Yeah, there they go, right there. These niggas, right? How come that culture is so different? How come you got such a Spanish culture down there in the bottom right-hand corner? Because the Spaniards came and took over the black people's place. And you got the Siberian and weird shit like, what the fuck is that? And you got the Siberian and weird shit going on. You know what I'm saying? Mongolian thing kind of happening. And that comes from like the West Coast and the North where y'all took the black people spots over there because the Miwoks and the other ones were all black, the Utes and all of them. But regardless of that, nobody depicted this. Nobody drew this. Nobody paint. You see this? You see this necklace you got made of wooden flutes or something? What the fuck is that? I don't even know. But you see that? You're never gonna see that in any of these. You're not gonna see that in any of these. You will see the bow and arrows, right? You're not going to see that in any of these little drawings, right? They didn't have it. Now, this is the little face shit, right? Y'all playing games, right? But they didn't depict it there. They didn't depict it there, and that was some carrots. They didn't depict it here. Pearls are still there, though. Triple rows of them, triple. That's I don't know why they would do that. Like somebody done whiten out. To be honest, I get somebody still use this, but that's a whitewashed version of that Woolridge painting. Pearls in her ears, patriotic, right? Nobody depicted all that dumb shit y'all had wearing. You know why? Because it was hot, typically. Now you got some people in some full garb like that. That was your Chippewas. I think that might have been like a ceremonial thing or something, but maybe they might have been, what, Chippewas are a lot more up north. That's probably why they're a little bit more clothed, because she also got that shit on. I think Chippewas, if I'm not mistaken, might be more up north, on the east, but more up north, or Midwest or some shit like that. So, like, you never see Indians, even in old history books. This is an old American history book, okay, from what year? From 1890s. Just in there, you will see Indians depicted like this, right? Because y'all know y'all can't just stick a couple feathers in your hair like that and it stay. Don't nothing stay in y'all hair but lice. But don't nothing stay in your hair but lice. But this is what they were depicting the Indians like, right? Same thing with over here and over here, whatever. Okay, so let's get off of that. Let's go back. Let's get into some real shit. Let's get into some real shit for today. I downloaded the whole thing, didn't I? Hold on, let me find it, y'all. Here it is. All right, let's get into the lesson for this morning. 94 people in here. Wow. I haven't been looking down. Sorry, I've been missing y'all, but I know y'all probably been frying the troll in the chat. Typically I will block y'all, but I'm gonna let you stick around. I'm gonna let them fry you. Kind of makes the chat more exciting. And I'll probably clown you a couple more times, but stick around. This is gonna be a lesson. Says, mind me too. Oh yeah, I got you. I didn't really see. Hey, he said we still have to protect your lives, fam. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If you see something, cause they will try to get it fucking what you call it. There's 103 people in here. What's up, Empress Enchanted? Didn't see you in there. So yeah, we about to get into the lesson. They reporting. Well, block they ass. Block they ass. Nikki, do I got you? I got you down there, Nikki, now. Yeah, he said we on it, bro. Oh yeah, I got to see y'all. Give them a little trooped up. Only. All right, so we about to go into the little lesson for this morning. The real lesson. What did I find in the newspapers? What did I find in the newspapers? It definitely wasn't no Siberia. Nobody was talking about y'all. They wouldn't talk about y'all for another 50 goddamn years. They wouldn't talk about y'all, but y'all funny. Don't nobody know y'all exist. Still to this day. Oh, let me move this so y'all can see some of them. Which I try to put it to where y'all can see. And let me see if I can put something black right here that'll help. That'll help so that way we can see the comments a little better. Okay. Oh, my bad. All right. So we about to get into the lesson. Little dusty ass rag can be the buffer so y'all can see y'all's things a little bit better, and I can see y'all a little bit better. Because once it hits that screen, I really can't see what y'all saying. Wait till they find out the truth about Low Country. Yeah, for real. Once I do these documentaries, especially the one about Low Country, I'm gonna destroy all evidence that they try to throw out to the contrary of what I gotta say. What's up, 216 the guy? We about to get into the lesson. 102 people in here. Let's do it. All right. So I am in a newspaper called The Democrat. I was searching Alabama newspapers between the years of 1820 and 1830. This is 1825. Now, this is going to go into talking about, just so y'all know, this is going to go into talking about they call them the ancient, where is it at? So I can show you right here. The ancient Yamasees. Now notice in 1825, they're talking about the ancient Yamasees. The same Yamasee chief I'm talking to. That y'all talk to, that we all know, right? The one that these $5 natives really love to hate because they act like there was no Yamasees. That tribe was destroyed. I don't know what you mean by that, but they were still talking about them in 1825. So that's really what kind of got me on this. Is I was searching the word slave. in between those years. And you'll see this. We're going to get to it. It says something about a slave race. Well, we'll get to that. But let's start up here at the top of the document. Kind of hard to read with the things, but it ain't that hard. So it says, we received, hold on, let me puff. Get your wake and bake on if you wake and bake. We received yesterday the first number of new papers printed in Florida at Tallahassee, the spot fixed upon and recently occupied as the seat of government by the title of the Florida Intelligencer, whatever, that's a newspaper. The following account of the young capital will be interesting to most of our readers, some of whom have scarcely ever heard the name of it. Tallahassee, which is an Indian word. I bet y'all didn't know that, you natives, your $5. Tallahassee. This young capital of Florida is already attracting the attention of capitalists. Many buildings are erecting and others are in a state of preparation even before the sale of lots, which will take place on the 4th day of April next. It is situated on a beautiful and commanding eminence about 18 miles north of St. Mark's in the bosom of a fertile and picturesque country. The south side of the town is watered by innumerable springs of pure water, and a clear and a pleasant stream passes by the east and south sides at the distance of a few yards. And after passing the town, as if sensible the point of its usefulness, my charger in. It done warned me like 3 times. Okay. It's about to get good. It's about to get interesting. But as we can tell, all right, we plugged in. As we can tell, you got Tallahassee, Florida, just now becoming a capital of an area, and white tea folks are moving up to it, and it's an amazing place, right? So it's the country of around Tallahassee, and extending from the Shawnee to the near the Apalachicola River, has deservedly attracted the attention of travelers and those who have visited it with a view of a permanent settlement. The fertile lands between the above-mentioned rivers extend from east to west, from 80 to 100 miles, and from north to south about 15 miles. The tract of country, much of which is adapted to the culture of sugar, is finally watered by the tributary streams of the Shawnee, the St. Mark's, the Waukulla, the Okalokani, if I said that right, whatever, and the Little River and several other smaller rivers and streams, and is beautifully studded with lakes and ponds of the purest water. The land is rolling with here and there an eminence that rises considerably above the surrounding country, which will afford delightful seats for the opulent of men of leisure. This country, notwithstanding its singular beauty and fertility, becomes more interesting from the indubitable evidence of its having been densely populated by a civilized race of men. Now we get into it. What they talking about? So let's just bring it up to speed. You have Tallahassee, Florida. Let me just show it on the map for those who need it'd be good to have a visual. Tallahassee, Florida. Tallahassee, Florida is right there. There's the Apalachicola that he was mentioning, right? And all that kind of stuff, right? and it's just now being populated by YT folks in 1825, which is right? Because Louisiana Purchase had them regulated from here on up. They had just a little snip part of Georgia. After 1803 Louisiana Purchase, now they start moving this way. Now some are probably coming up here as well as landing and probably populating these parts after dealing with the Seminoles and still dealing with the Seminoles because it's 1825. They dealt with the Seminoles all the way up until 1865 or 1856. But probably moving on down here, you'll see it's going to be like them moving down, or moving forward. And we're going to get to that because they're going to talk about this. But notice they said it was a densely populated area by a civilized race of men. But they said that there wasn't really any civilized Indians like that. They were primitive. I know they said the 5 civilized tribes, but even when they tell you that, they don't tell you why did they call them civilized. Typically, when they call you, I'll show you what they say. Say, why are the natives concerned about American Indians? You already know, because they've been cosplaying and getting benefits for the longest. Dang, what was I about to show y'all? I know what I'm about to show y'all. I just hate to get it. Well, I hate to lose my spot. This country, I'll just tell you. I'm trying to think there's another way if I can look this up. Besides, I just can't think of the name of the damn. I was gonna do it on YouTube, but I can't think of the name of the damn But either way, they said that the reason why. I wonder if ChatGPT. Let's see what Google says. I'm just curious. Why did they call them the 5 civilized tribes? Let's see what the mainstream thing says. The 5 civilized tribes called this by Euro-Americans for adopting many of the cultural traits such as written constitutions, centralized governments, Christianity, and the market economy. See, this is why they try to tell you that they were civilized. But these people who they're talking about in this newspaper, because they want you to be like, well, they were civilized because they adopted the practices of the whites. And I got a man saying that on the video. I just don't want to get off of this spot in my photographs. But that's what they try to tell you. That's the narrative. Oh, they were civilized because, they didn't have land ownership. I was like, how did they not have land ownership, nigga? If I'm in my house and I'm on my land, ain't no other Indian just about to pop in that bitch and be like, what up, boss? I'm just coming up in here and shit whenever I feel like it, shit, which I love to. No, another Indian would know that this is my shit, and he ain't coming up in there, okay? People be playing games. Now, one thing they did have, and I'll show some receipts from this. At some point, I'm going to have to jump off of this and come back anyway, so I got to not care about losing my spot, because I'm actually want to show y'all many things during this article. But like DeSoto, when they said DeSoto came, which we'll get to that because they're going to talk about that too. DeSoto said that these houses were so big. They said they have complexes so big it could hold 1,000 men, and their families in separate rooms, and they had their own spaces, all within one complex. I said, oh, that's a big apartment complex built out of stone. Which now you start to think, what the hell was these people? That's civilized, okay? If you can do something like that, that's civilized. We're going to see some other things that point to civility down here, too, here in a moment. So let's keep going. It says, this country, Okay. This country, notwithstanding the singular beauty and fertility, becomes more interesting with the indubitable evidence that the having been densely populated by a civilized race of men. Almost every eminence is capped with ancient fortifications. Which appear regular and some of them substantially formed. Okay? At Fort St. Louis, about 2 miles west of Tallahassee, so not the St. Louis you're thinking, have been found remnants of iron cannon, spikes hinges, locks, and etc., which are evidently of Spanish manufacture and which have not been much injured by the rust. So this is one thing I want you to think about this. Let me pull up this receipt real quick. I'll remember that. It should say, is it 80,000? Let me just put DeSoto. Let's see. The 92 pound shoulders. That talks about the mantles, porticos. Give me a moment here. Might be another word that I can think of that's in there. Let me put the word 1,000. Okay, let's see. World about 6,000 miles of Creek. No. 1,000. No. So what I'm looking for is this excerpt by DeSoto on the third contain 1,000 men. Okay, here we go. So let me pull this up here. So this is in a book called The History of the Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Natchez Indians. Came out in like the mid to early 1800s, somewhere around there, I think. I had to pull it up, but this passage right here says, on the third day of their march from Piache, a corruption of the Choctaw word Piachi, to care for us, they passed through many populous towns, well stored with corn, beans, and other provisions. That's the Milpo planting system if they add in the squash. But okay, the three sisters. But okay, on the fourth morning, DeSoto with 100 cavalry and his many infantry made a forced march with Tuscaloosa in the direction of Mobila, leaving Muskoka to bring up to the river. So Mobila is Mobile, Alabama. And there was an Indian tribe named that, Tuscaloosa, right? We know that, Alabama, right? This would be the actual real Tuscaloosa. In the direction of Mobila, whatever. At 8 o'clock, the same morning, October 18th, 1540, DeSoto and Tuscaloosa reached the capital. It stood by the side of a large river upon a beautiful plain and consisted of 80 handsome houses, each large enough to contain 1,000 men. 80 houses that contains 1,000 men each. That's 80,000 men within those 80 houses, just in that area, okay? And all fronting a large public square, and they have a large public square. So think about this. When they say Indians didn't have a thought of land ownership or whatever, it depends on where you were at. But in many cases, they lived in like kind of where I live. I live like downtown Dallas. You know, I'm not gonna have land ownership, right? I'm around all kind of people in an apartment complex, and we have a square, okay, where we have amenities, right? And we live together in closeness in one another, and we enjoy each other's company. I said that square was ceremonial grounds. I bet it was. And you got to think about it. Like, when I saw that, I said, wait a minute. I got a picture of that. I got a picture of something like that from another book. Let me see. I probably saved it in Ancient America. Okay. It's here, but let me find them. Well, maybe I can find it this way. Open that up. Okay. Here we go. Right here. So let me show you the book. This is the book. Old book. But it's not that old. 1724. Again, remember, I was showing us still selling. Now, this is going to be in Mexico, so it's still a little bit different. But I was showing us selling tobacco still by 1703 in the British, whatever, out of Virginia, right? So, yeah, they were trying to take over the Indians, but apparently nobody has still taken over the Indians yet. Now, notice the structures right there. We're going to get in close on a different one, but notice from here the structures that they drew in this building. Notice the people are melanated versus the Spaniards. Spaniards are non-melanated. These people are shaded. Notice they look kind of strong and tall, not like your little pygmy $5, right? So them people, they are not those people. See, they're taller than the Spaniard. He's a little about the same, but some of them are taller than the Spaniards. And notice all the shit going on over here, like a little throne and shit. Oh, I've just now realized that. Ooh, that's the people that carried him around on the throne, shaded. And here he is. He must be the like chief or cacique, and he has a garment on. Now, what's funny is you see how his garment has a little bit more design in it, almost because it's a Mexican kind of pattern. They had their own kind of culture, even though they were also melanated as well as curly hair like we are. Our patterns, as we saw up above, we saw more block patterns, more minimalist designs in a sense. So, and then when you look at the Spanish influence in the Seminoles today, you see somewhat some of that stuff. So I'm kind of surprised to see that, just noticing that. And just noticing there was a cacique. Let's see if I can get a little bit closer. One of these I thought I took the high resolution version of it to where I can really zoom in without it getting all pixelated. Maybe I had to pull it up on the internet, because I was able to get super close without it being like, right now it's pixelated, but you can tell that those are melanated people. You can tell there's people in each one of these windows. Look, people in the window, people in the window, people, whole line of people. Even going back here, they even put people in these windows. You didn't even have to do that. That's a waste of time to even try to do, but that's how much they want to depict that these places were full of people. So when we say, hey, this one book says, hey, this place had 80 structures. It didn't say stone, but 80 structures that could hold 1,000 men each and their families. Well, this is what they talk about. They also had it in Mexico. And notice the structures and the little steeples and stuff on top too, the little old world shit, right? Yeah, we ain't gonna get into that, but I wish I had the version up where I could. And I thought maybe with a screenshot. Oh, maybe it's down here. Okay. I took some screenshots of it closer. So when you get real close, that's what it looks like. That's who's peeking out the window. Melanated. These people. Look, now you can see how many people are on that bitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 people on this steeple. Notice the design they got in that thing. People all throughout here, 3 people there, 2 people there, a few people there. What y'all, everybody out there nosy niggas. You know niggas be nosy. If we ain't got shit to do all day, nigga, we chilling, pumping weed, looking outside, saying, what y'all doing? The Siberians, they just sit around drinking a bunch of, cans of, I thought I saw something come up, about to say something. A bunch of cans of natural light beer cans. Anyways, you got people in every single one of these things. As this is further back in the photo, but that's why they look a lot more like. But even that, they try to depict further back. on the photos what these people look like. What do these people look? I don't see no long flowing hair. I damn sure don't see no long flowing hair on nobody like that. Now, not to say that some of them didn't have hair straightening practices and straight hair just genetically. Not to say that, but I'm just saying, hey, here are some that because that'd be people's little thing they try to discount, right? So now we're gonna get back to the article. So I kind of just wanted to show. Now when they say there was a densely populated, and that was in Mobile, Alabama. Let me just show that. How far is Mobile, Alabama from where he's talking about? Well, Mobile, Alabama is right here. Not too far from where he's talking about, right? That's still a good little ways. You can't walk it. I mean, you can, but it's gonna be a minute. But here you go, right? So let's go back. And they said, so we know that, so think about this too. We know that in Mobile, Alabama, lived a densely populated, civilized race of Indians, right? 80,000. You don't build 80 structures that can hold 1,000 people plus their families in it if you ain't civilized with a court center, right? And then also you're talking about Tallahassee, which had which they said had a civilized. They were civilized and had these structures or some kind of structure. So let's just say they said it was densely populated. That's what I want to say. They didn't say anything about the structures. They said it was densely populated. So let's keep going into this further. While the inhabitants are generally okay. Wait a minute, this ain't it. My bad. Where you go? There you go. Okay. Not much been required but rest. Okay. And the next thing I wanted to say about this part, because they talked about at Fort Lewis, 2 miles west of Tallahassee, had been found remnants of iron cannon, spikes, hinges, locks, and whatever that the Spaniards had manufactured. Now, this really opened my eyes a little bit further on how some of us got defeated. And it's going to go even further into some things. But, like, you got cannons there that came in. I didn't even think about cannons being used. Now, I thought about it. I thought about the little muskets. And I have seen, more recently, I have seen some depictions of cannons on the ships. So I never thought about the idea, which makes sense, that they would roll them bitches out and roll them across the land. And you got to think, what could take out these structures? If you got, 1,000 structures, well, 80 structures that can hold 1,000 men, and all of a sudden they're gone, what could take that out? Other than you can't really just set them on fire. Cannons can, bombs, but don't know if they have bombs per se. But they could have. Who knows? The whole old world theory thing is still kind of a conundrum to me. There's still a whole lot of things I question. Even the history that I read, I question. But I still go with the narratives from the main sources to still paint what is ever to be painted there. And then anything outside of that, I look on a more philosophical kind of thing. Or I'm gonna have to look in other books that aren't dealing with just government documents, newspaper clippings, archives, and stuff like that. Like when I want to look into like what happened into the old world for real, gonna have to look in books written by people about the old world, about Atlantis, about Lemuria, about all these other things, right? Without getting all whatever deep. So let's get back into this. It says, let's see. So the Spaniards had came here, and DeSoto, and I say that because DeSoto had took out the Tuscaloosa people in Mobile, Alabama. I didn't say that part. That's why I was saying that about them having cannons and stuff, because I remember reading I read the story in another book in the history. It was in it might have been in the history of Choctaw Natchez Indians, but it might have been in another book. But that made me actually go download the actual DeSoto book, not the letters and stuff, but a different DeSoto. It was like this book about just his time in Alabama, because I've read his letters and stuff, and really I need to go back to that to see what it said about the Alabama area. But I really want to know like the real grit and grind on it. But like it was a lot of mayhem. The women was fighting back. Everybody was fighting, trying to take out these Spaniards. Man, it was said to be pretty crazy. But they could have also embellished some of the story. You know, these niggas be lying. But okay, hold on. Hold on. Get some out of my hair. But okay. So it says within the principal fort, and I'm gonna bring up something later, a map with a fort on it, and we're gonna get into it. Let me just read a little bit further down, because these forts now have a different meaning to me. Now I know why there's forts everywhere, and some of y'all probably do too. But it says within the principal fort for the outworks seem to have been numerous and extensive are the ruins of two brick edifices, one about 60 feet by 40, the other about 30 by 20. These are in total ruins, and nothing but a mound appears where the walls stood, composed wholly of broken bricks, which had been composed of a coarse sandy clay and burned in the modern fashion. Yet on the very walls of these buildings are oaks 18 inches in diameter. On the same hill and in fact within the outworks of this fort are to be seen grape arbors in parallel lines which still maintain their pristine regularly. So a couple of things to take from this paragraph. One, you got brick forts. Now, you know what? Let me say that before. Let me read this before I say that, because I just seen what this is about to say about it. Bricks seem to have been in general use, for they have been discovered in several places by digging a little below the surface of the earth. Get that? Within the town of Tallahassee, some were dug up having a substance adhering to them resembling lime mortar. But on the hill, the mound, about half a mile southeast of the capital, are to be seen the greatest proof of a dense population. On this hill, there are streets or roads running nearly at right angles. So let's first stop. So first you got bricks being used, and they're not talking about it being used by the Spaniards. We're talking about a civilized people who built structures, fortifications, as well as homes. And now you got bricks. One guy recently made 140 acres plus acres. What? When we demand our land back. Whenever you get all the information about your family and you go through the process yourself, it don't need to be done all in mass. Go get your land. If you think you got it. I got land patents. At some point, I'll probably hire me some lawyers and we'll get my land back. Bricks. All white bricks. I should play that shit. Gucci Mane. That's my motherfucking nigga. Brr. This is crazy descriptive for the newspaper article. We can't even sit through a 2-minute read today, right? I mean, this was long right now. So go to the courts and get your documents. Exactly. Get your land docs. Period. Let's see. What's up, Nikki? The other Nikki. Nikki and Nikki. Big Eye said, when will we demand our government back? Well, when would you demand getting off my motherfucking shit? I'm just playing. You look like you following me. Hopefully you ain't trolling. I'm going to just leave you alone for a second. But when we demand the government back, it is whatever, man. Do this steps and steps. Do you know, first we got to get through, we got to get through educating the people. How you gonna get it back and you didn't even know what you're getting back? You don't even know what you had. If we were to get it back now, people would think it was FBA. and we was Africans, and then they probably start trying to. They take the capital back, try to do government business with Africans and get scammed. I don't need niggas doing that. Okay, we need to get the information out to niggas first. For niggas take the government back and get scammed by some Africans or something. Okay, right? They would try to go out exactly. Education is first and foremost. Education. Yep, we must get educated first. And back in the day, I used to wonder, like, was that like the real thing? Like, isn't there more we should be doing besides that? But like, once you know that the education gets you back to your family, which gets you back to your information of what they had, which gets you back to legal ways of getting that back, which gets you back to, like, okay, if we, like you said, how do we get our government back? Well, over the course, we'll all get our land back. Once we get our land back, we'll be landowners, and landowners can vote on laws, and usually will be more in the process, right? Especially if we on land making money, niggas will be chilling. If we chilling on our land with money, yeah, we'll go vote. We'll be paying attention. We'll be paying attention like a motherfucker. But anyway, we'll be paying attention either way because we already got our land back. We already got the education. Stop voting with people just because they share the same skin color, do backgrounds. I don't know who you think you're talking to. Ain't nobody in here that simple. Ain't nobody in here no Democrats like that. Maybe you should go to a live where people are discussing things and not reading papers from the 1825. But we understand you. We do get you. I just feel like I don't know if you just chanting like phraseisms right now. Cause you just like, get your land back. Okay, blah, blah, blah. When we getting the government back? Okay. Stop voting for people because of your skin color. Oh, all right, sir. Is there anything you got on the topic? But I get you. I ain't mad at some of the phrases you're saying. I just don't understand your angle, if you understand where I'm coming from. You could just be really a young advocate at heart, so don't take what I'm saying too personal. He said what I do. Okay. Don't tell you what I hear protest chant. See, people understand what I'm saying, especially since I don't know you. So I'm like, are you just chanting phrases and you just maybe you feeling the spirit? I got you. No ID. I got you. You feeling the spirit of your ancestors this morning? Get it in. They got you want to come out here and spit some phrases to the folks, okay? But we all on that. We definitely on that. All right, y'all. So she said we good here. Bro came to me crazy too. Oh man, you good. Just understand you coming off. Just think about it like this. Imagine you walked into a room and niggas was just talking. And you walked in and you just yelled out, "When we getting our government back?" We just look at you like this is the virtual. This is like the virtual version of that, right? We talking, we chilling. Yeah, y'all know Tuscaloosa was just when we getting our government back, and we just look at you like. And then we'll say, we're going to get it back. And then we go back to talking a little bit. And all of a sudden you say, out of nowhere, don't be voting for your skin color. Okay, sir. Sir, who are you? I'm going to get off you. I'm clowning. He probably done left the chat now. Fuck this nigga. I'm sorry. You ain't got to unfollow me. You ain't got to do that. I'm just playing with you. I get where you're coming from now. Okay. But, okay, we're going to get on to the lesson. So, bricks, right? And the funny thing they said is when you dig a little bit under the surface of the earth, you'll get more bricks. So you got to think they were laying the ground. He said, I ain't leaving. They were layering the ground with bricks. And I wish I had at the ready to show you, but I don't. Shit, I just found 2 more clans a few days ago. I have more to claim. Wow. And don't it be like that? Like, I just was looking into one of mine. That's so funny, Nikki said that. I was just looking into one of mine, the Chief Watkins. Chief Watkins on my tree, and I started to find out that yeah, he was a black Indian. I'm still trying to pinpoint from it what exact tribe, but there's paperwork going back well far that his uncle's brother, his dad's brother, which would be I guess his uncle, was listed as a black person who was born on his birth registry, a colored person, is what it said, and it showed his parents. You said where? I'll show you real quick, and that let me know that these people are black. Huh? That just popped up. Really? Really? Huh? Ain't nothing popped up for Dina in a while. And I've been searching a lot about Dina, so we might have to do that live. So Chief Watkins, now he was a chief, and they have Kolashacha as a name in there too. He also was known as Andrew. So it's this whole thing going on. But Mississippi is where he started. LaFleur, Oklahoma, Spiral, where Spiral Mounds is, the ancient Spiral Mounds in Oklahoma. Now on his paperwork, he does have Indian paperwork, but it shows no, he don't have much paperwork. His son does. My bad. Jake Mitchell has a lot of, which I find it odd that he doesn't have much paperwork, and he was a chief, and we know he was a black chief because his son became a freedman. Let me put all this up. And anybody a freedman lets you know that you was a black liquor ship. Doesn't mean that you was a slave. Doesn't mean that you was no damn African either. So Jake Mitchell is for sure a black person, right? Because he's on the freedman rolls. His dad doesn't have any paperwork, but his dad would have to be black because unless he's a mulatto and his mom is black only. But we know that's not the case. But once we go this way, Isham Eldridge Watkins. Now, for the most part, I left Isham alone. And the reason why is because I saw that Masonic thing on his tombstone. And I instantly thought he was a white person, to be honest. And I was just like, man, he was probably a damn white Mason, And I was like, damn. And in fact, this is why you shouldn't do that. I also thought he was possibly like, was he the slave owner and he took his name, whatever. But notice he was born in Alabama in 1818. I'm just not realizing that. He was born in Alabama right around when the white tea folks supposedly just got to Alabama around 1818. First newspapers were written in 1818 in Alabama by the white folks. So, but I clicked on this document that was down here, the Virginia Birth of Registers. I was like, I did this more recently. I was like, let me look at this thing again. I don't even remember looking at it. And I was just looking at random docs. So we come in here and you got a Godfrey Watkins. And there's some other Watkins on here too. There's a Betsy Ann Watkins. Let me see her. There's a Scott Watkins for her. I thought I saw another Watkins, but I guess just those two. But when you go this way, you'll see Isham Watkins, a laborer, and Sarah Watkins. All right. Something that says B.B. Dickerson Jr. What's that? Name of persons given birth. Okay. But what we will see is that these people are colored. Everybody on here is colored. So, Isham is a colored man who was in Alabama, apparently at his birth, and ends up in Spiral, LaFleur. I'm going to have to do more research on it now. That's the only record right now I have of him, but I also haven't really Googled his name like that in more recent times. And now I know about different rolls that I can probably get. Some of them, which are like the Creek rolls of the 1818 or 1820 or something like that, and some other rolls around that Alabama area before it became Alabama. That's where my next, for those who would wonder, what would you do from here? That would be my next go-to. I would be going to look for those records because maybe nobody's found them and uploaded them. But we do know he was black, which makes this person what? Which makes Thomas Isham a black person, right? And Thomas Isham says to be coming from Georgia and Virginia, you know, I'd have to check those. The hints. We don't have a lot of hints on him, but we do have more than the others. We do have a will and probate. I need to look a little bit more into that. I was looking at it, but we do have his name is listed on the Georgia property tax shit. So he might have been a landowner. Isham Watkins, right there. Isham Watkins. 202 possibly acres. I don't know because it doesn't say what that thing is. I'd have to click through here and figure out, go back through the tables and stuff to see what that means. Let me see if I can find it. Because I haven't really looked at this. And then we're going to get back to the document on the newspaper. But this is cool stuff for people to see, man, right here. Little side things that make the live stream more, whatever, make it more interactive. Okay, let's see what this says for the fields. Really? Oh, it came up. Okay. These people. Names, ones, QU1. So I don't know what it is. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. The county. I don't know. Negroes. Did not know that was an option. It's like almost like an early census from way long ago. Your valuation, stock, like maybe livestock, Negroes, which is crazy. County, but that's how you know, like, when they got here, they wanted to they had an agenda. Okay. But he has some land, possibly. But we know he had to be black, so-called, copper-colored, right? And so when we go back here, now you have this situation where, now Monet says that she has a Taliaferro on her tree and that the Taliaferros might be Indians. But you know what? I believe that because I also found Taliaferro in some other stuff. There's either a YT Taliaferro that came in and supposedly got with an Indian, and now they've been in the Indian lines, but been carrying the name, and some of them still went back towards the black, where, you know, the other ones are the white. Or maybe they came and stole the identity, or maybe they were always Indians. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to have to do more research into it. But Monet has Taliaferro in her tree as well. Said Adventure Guy said, yes, there is a huge mound. They drowned in that area of Elbert. Weren't there a lot of black neighbors classified as African? Yeah, but we wasn't African. And yeah, I didn't know about that. Adventures of a Goddess. Lineage Business. What's up? Qual. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'm looking around. There's many too. And you know what? While I'm here, let me just click this. I'm curious what the hell this is. Or what records they have. I'm going to add it and then I'm going to look. Listen, I only got one record. But when you get back kind of far, one record or two records is not bad. Having anything is good. North Carolina, huh? Really? And they don't really, if they have a record, no, it's like somebody added them on their tree. Daniel Evans, John Evans, Charlotte. That may not, unless, I don't know why they added them. Because let me go to see if I can go to their tree. If it don't connect for me in anything, then I ain't gonna keep it on there. Birth of daughter Dina Lakatuna Chief, 1836. Birth of daughter. So they're saying the mother is Chloe Clary Carver Evans. But I won't delete it without doing some research between that Dina and Lakatuna Chief. Because technically, I don't know what Dina's maiden name was, to be honest. I don't know what her maiden name was. And I don't think let's look at Dina's records. Let's look at Dina's records. She ain't got a lot of records. So, Mississippi homestead cash entry patents. Really? I don't even remember seeing that. Let's say this. I wonder if I can see the motherfucking shit though. Dina Frazier. I guess that's a possible. That's if it's her. If Frazier is her name from before. Land in Jackson, Mississippi. Docket numbers and whatever. Okay. Land description: Choctaw 1 Northwest, Choctaw North, 16 North, and 13 East 2. These are like the coordinates. Wow. And that's been there for a minute. I ain't even noticed that. That's probably been there for a minute. So when we say we got land, shit. Dina was, hold on, let me see. He said Dina was a popular name. I have a fifth with that name. Yeah, I've been seeing it in a lot more documents too. I was like, oh, Dina was a name at that time. And I'm thinking she was Indian. Yeah, and I've seen it amongst Indians typically, or amongst black people, so to speak, on like census records under Negroes and shit. Look it up in Lake Russell, Elbert County, Georgia. Watkins, you in my family tree now. What up, Judah Lion? I didn't even see you down there. There's a huge man that joined. Okay, just make sure I went through there. So yeah, so right here we have a 5 civilized tribes card right here on the Freeman Road, and there's a dude named Cy Nolatubby. Now Nolatubby is a pretty popular name. There's the current chief of the what you call one of them tribes, Chickasaw. No, I think it's Choctaw. His last name is Nolatubby, just Nolatubby, just with an A in front of it. So I really think it might be the same. I don't know if it's the same or right or whatever. They say he was a slave of Nolatubby, but his last name was Nolatubby, so I'm assuming that likely was his parents. Some of the sort. Got to look a little bit deeper into that because they be playing games in that section. Because I've seen that section be used for many other different things than just a slave owner. A real actual slave owner, and that's where they play games with us. Because I can see it right now. Like, just imagine you coming in for the Dawes Rolls, and they have an agenda that everybody has to have this part filled out. And when you come in there, and you be like, "Who was you a slave of?" And you be like, "I wasn't a slave." They be like, "Well, we got to put something here. Who was your dad? Who was your mom? We got to put them something right here. Who was you under? Who did you belong to?" So they might have put the chief's name of the tribe that they were under. They might have put whose band leader was there. They might have put the father or parents or something there. I've seen it in many different cases, like especially on the Seminoles. On the Seminoles, they were putting like the chief listed there. But that's also like same thing on the paperwork I'll show you here in a moment for Andrew. One of them. Or it might be even over here. It might be it's over here. It's on this for Dina. And because she was married to Chief Watkins, right? So here we have in the Choctaw and Chickasaw Freeman rolls of 1885. I got, and just like y'all, we got people all over the place. Let's say adoption. What do you mean adoption? Abrams, that makes sense now. I did not think of that. Nice handwriting. I know they was writing pretty good right there. What do you mean adoption? Lineage bitch say, yeah, I have a Dina in my family also. It's now spelled Diana. Wow, I didn't think about that in current generations. I didn't think that Dina would become a Diana. Dang, because Diana's used a lot in our culture. A lot. Dina was probably wow. That's eye opening. I did not think of that. They changed up the spelling of the names as well. Yeah, I did not think like that. Dang. So what you'll see here is right here, Dina Chief and James Chief. Okay, Dina Chief and James Chief. Now James Chief is the son of Dina, from what we know. Uh, which I'm kind of curious about that because I'm like, how did he? Well, this is 1885, so I guess that makes sense. Not 1860. Okay. So yeah. Anyways, but they were under the Chickasaws. They got the little tick marks there, so they're Chickasaws. Okay, coming further down, you'll see it says Cali Cherokee, or I don't know if that's supposed to be the Kali Chacha, if it's supposed to be their name, or if Kali Cherokee is supposed to be something else. But this field is for to whom they belong before the emancipation. Damn that. To whom they belong before the emancipation. So they saying that they belong to Kali Charchi. Now, who is Kali Charchi? In my opinion, it seems like it's. Hold on. What's up, boss? Um, on this live stream. But what's up? The Sony? Yeah, I still got that. No, I mean, what's up? What were you asking? Oh, four people at the Addison office. Uh, what what you needed, a fourth camera? We already got four cameras up there, don't we? You really can't get five because you only got four HDMI inputs. So we always gonna be limited to that unless we get that 8-port switch, someday or something. But it's been so slow. But like, yeah, we always gonna be limited to that. But even then, I just zoom out and use the zoom lenses and get two people on one shot, two people on the other shot, a single shot of him, and a wide shot of everybody. That's typically what I would do for people. All right, for sure. Yeah. All right, y'all. A little business. All right. So, oh yeah. So I don't know if that's supposed like how this says Kolashacha, which is supposed to be his name or something. I'm still trying to figure that out, and even that I may have seen have possibly have ties to Pierre Juzin, but I don't know somebody. I don't know. I gotta figure that out. But so this document right here, when it says Kali Cherokee, if that is Kali Shacha, that's just his dad's name. Who did they belong to? Who did Chief belong to before or whatever? He belonged to his dad, and then this is his mom, and maybe by this time his dad had passed. I'm not really sure, but she said that she belonged to Kali Charchi, almost like you were family. And as you notice, that ain't the name here. You got Moses Colbert, Folsom. You have other slave master last names, so-called slave masters, right? Last names that we would know of Colberts that they would say that if you looked up the Colberts, they would say, oh, they own lots of slaves. But I'm not listed up under them niggas. And then you got Fisher, so another Tubby right here, another primary Tubby. So there was many different kind of Tubbies, and I heard that Tubby meant like he was kind of fat, big, like really like a Tubby, and that's just a whole nother thing. But yeah, so and another thing that's interesting, you have this right here, which is their nationality of the parents. You have a black and white, and you have a black and red. My people were listed as black and red. I just found it funny that you could be listed as black and white and be a freedman Indian. I don't understand that. That black and red, I get it, but I said this is interesting. Yeah, it really is. It's crazy. You can't, and I really need to like pull up an instructional on what they were instructed to do and write for this to get a little bit more deeper. And then if they misspelling shit, how do I know? But it looks like it's color, but somebody put that in there, or it was tied to it. So they are known as that freedmen. So they are known to be black. They do keep the name Chief, and you got to think who would let two people who are black be chiefs. And people are gonna say the freedmen tribe, the freedmen's formed their own sects and made sectors and made chiefs of their tribes or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's the case, man. These people be playing games. There's a reason why they're chiefs and why why he ends up being a slave. They're chiefs and he ends up being a slave to an Indian from the Chickasaws. But they were also Chickasaws. Now that I think about it, but they were also Chickasaws. I just thought about that. So he either wasn't, but he claims to be a slave. But it's that story is all over the place. For each line has a specific meaning instruction for the enumerator. Yep, I'm looking at my genealogy and confused how Chief Indian is white. And then the people I found, their application was overturned. See, and now that's where it takes even more deep diving. Searching the National Archive records for their names, searching newspapers, searching for books, searching the archives, archive.org, searching Library of Congress, searching surname websites, searching for surname books, searching for history in the area from where the last people that you have listed, what happened in the history in that time. It's so many different things, man. That's why I was like, I can't do nobody's genealogy, man. It's going to take me forever to really just do my own. Because I'm doing so much other stuff, too. Be working and other stuff, too. But, all right, we'll get off that. We'll go back to this document. I done been on a super long tangent. So we're going to go back here. And, again, we've established that people... Oh, I was going to say about the bricks. So they said bricks have seemed to be in general use for they had been discovered in several places by digging a little below the surface of the earth. So the reason why I felt that was amazing, in my phone, like down the street from me here in Dallas, there's like this crazy, you know what, I'll show you. I can show you on the motherfucking Google Maps. Instead of talking. Let's see. I ain't never looked at it from above either. So this is the church. Or it's not a church, or this is the building. It's a 2-part building, and you see the golden dome on top. So we about to hop down and look at this bitch. And I was passing by it all the time, and I do pass by it all the time, every other day damn near. And I'd be like, man, that motherfucker old than a bitch. I say, y'all playing games, man. Y'all niggas playing games. Just sitting here on the corner of random shit and fucking 7-Eleven and shit. Look at this shit, man. Hold on. Look at this architecture, dude. Look at the detail even right there. Pull coming in on the arches and then through here and all that. Somewhat coming apart, but that shit is still intact. I said, get out of here with y'all, man. Y'all didn't build this, man. And the reason why I'm showing this is when they said that stuff about the bricks. So a little bit further up this way, they done fixed it now. But right about here, oops, let me move up. I wanted to see if it was there, but it's not there now. But right about here in the ground, somewhere there was a big chunk of concrete missing. I bet that's probably where the patch is, right there. There was a big chunk of concrete missing. And in front of this old-ass building, Both of them old ass, big giant porticos. Indians built porticos. The Caciques had porticos. Right here, probably in this patch, it was bricks all up under that bitch. And when I drove through, I said, "No way!" And I took a photo of it, and they've since patched it up. But I was like, "Why would there be brick?" This whole road was bricked, and it just tripped me out. And I said, coming by this old, I don't went too far, coming by this old ass motherfucking ancient building, y'all got bricks. I don't went way too far. Where the hell am I at? There's the Schlotchkis. So there's the McDonald's. Oh yeah, it went that way. It's this way. I was like, yeah, man, that's crazy. So you mean to tell me right by this motherfucking yeah, here we go. Right by this motherfucking ancient ass building, under the concrete, and then it made me think two things. One, under the concrete you have bricks, like what the hell? Two, you mean to tell me you didn't spend the time to demolish the brick surface below before you added the concrete on top? Because it seems like that would be harder to deal with and adhere, and it's gonna keep causing potholes over time. And these streets are littered with potholes all the time. Now it starts to make sense why they litter it likely with potholes, because under the surface of them is not just normal earth. And then you start wondering, why did they do that? It's almost like they was in a hurry to get rid of shit and to just go over it. Just concrete over it. That'll be quicker, right? So what you have is this ancient structure, in my opinion, Romanesque looking out of nowhere, sitting here on a used to be brick road. And also next to it is a church that looks pretty decently old world like. This church right here. It's got the little things at the top, a little bit, looks like to be honest, looks like a castle. Like if we didn't have the indoctrination in our minds that these things were churches, we'd walk up and be like, God damn, nigga, that's a castle or a mansion, right? Easily. But, anyways, let's get back to the whatchamacallit. But I just wanted to show that to kind of give a visual, because they talking about bricks being dug up when you dig below the earth in 1825. In 1825, right? That's around the time Texas starts to, even later, Texas becomes a state. What did I say? I'm thinking of this as I do this. It's almost like they didn't have time to just demolish the brick within the earth. Like they dug the earth up, saw bricks, or the brick road was already there, and they went ahead and started concreting over that bitch. Now I'm finna be looking at everything in Dallas. Facts. I forgot you was down up into that D-town. That's what's up. In Northern Virginia, the sidewalks are still bricks and cobblestone. Can't wear no heels walking over there. Now start thinking about it. Start thinking about more places that are brick, because in Oklahoma, there's Bricktown. And many places downtown, they're made of what? Bricks. Bricktown, Oklahoma City. Bricktown, because a lot of the areas and some parts of the roads are still in bricks. You see that brick? That brick right there? And they may have cleaned it up or redone it over time. I can't remember. But there was even older bricks, even coming into the town, into downtown, off of once you exit off of 35 or whatever, off the highway, coming down that one road, Lincoln has some bricked areas in different ones. But yeah, and they call it Bricktown. And in Bricktown, there's an area that was always known where the black folks was, called Deep Deuce. And they've since, of course, gentrified that. But Deep Deuce is somewhere around here. And then I used to always say back in the day, way back in the day, how come most black people in major cities live near the downtown areas? I used to say that. And I would say, is it that we used to own the downtown? Did we used to have downtown, and that was like I was like in my early 30s. That was like 12, 15 years ago. I used to say shit like that. Starting to be a lot more apparent. Like, why do we have all these hood towns right next to downtown? Every downtown, and when I've traveled the United States in many different places, all your hoods are right next to downtown. Why is that? If they're not right next to it, they damn near in it. In downtown. In Houston, we did. That's where we had a lot of our businesses. I think I went. Dang, I didn't think about that. He was the help. I didn't think he was the help, so we was close to the commerce. I didn't think about that. You would want to live next to let me see if I can get next to where you work. That's crazy. Amazingly correct. My bad. Hold on 1 second. Can I grab an ounce? Your boy go through about an ounce every 5-6 days. But okay, that's downtown. Yep. It's a reflection of what you read earlier. Yeah. St. Augustine in Florida, whole rows of brick. Wow. So now we really starting to think about it. Why are these roads brick? Now I just thought, appreciate it. So yeah, I just thought that this was just some modern things that they did to make the roads look a little cute, and all this other little shit or whatever, but not knowing we driving over ancient shit that our ancestors put in the ground, possibly. Not possibly. I only say possibly like as if they redug it up and re-bricked it, but I don't even think they re-bricked it. I think it's been like that. I think it's done lasted the test of damn time. But it's possible they could have re-bricked it because in some areas. I don't know. You know what? I wonder how much it stands the test of time of cars driving over it plus the rain cycles. Heat, cold, rain cycles. That's the only thing I wonder about it. But that's why I was like, maybe they do re-brick it. Just because, it's a little bit different now. But I could be wrong. Some of them could be there. You say, I'm a lightweight. Definitely. Yeah. Build out the town square or meeting center. It's got me thinking now too. Shit, I'm a lightweight. Yeah, I'd be backed up but and this shit strong. Bricktown water taxi. Is Bricktown a name for Dallas? I don't know if they got a brick. They got bricked areas. Don't get me wrong. You know what they do got. There's a brick something here downtown or around this downtown area. I'm almost like somewhat visually seeing it in my head, but I can't really pinpoint. I'm sure they dug it up to see if there are artifacts, but if not, it needs to be checked out. Yeah, for real. Yeah, you go, no ID, throwing out some good things on the topic. You see, I knew you was a good person. I knew you was cool. But no, that's real. Throwing that a lot of it they don't want people to dig. That's why they have what they call NAGPRA or whatever that's why they got the whole organization where if you dig up anything that has anything to do with Indians, it has to go through this organization first. And it's a law about it, because they don't want you to be telling people about what you find. That's why it's dangerous to walk around there and they aren't allowed to redo anything. A lot of businesses have the name Bricktown right there on the map. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna get back to this document. It's what you call it? Because there's so much in here. Look, we done went through a lot just through this document. We done talked about fortifications of the Indians, not the fortifications. Their homes and stuff like that. We done talked about brick structures. We done talked about some other stuff. The Spaniards and stuff coming in and their weapons. So it says bricks seem to have been used or whatever by placing or digging through the earth. We said that. Within the town of Tallahassee, seams were dug up having a substance adhering to them resembling lime mortar. But on the hill about a half mile or a mound, about a half mile southeast of the capital, are to be seen the greatest proof of a dense population. On this mound hill are to be seen streets or roads running nearly at right angles at such distances as demonstrate the former existence of a pretty large town. The shade trees, so think about that. In 1825, they pulling up to just Florida. They ain't even expanded all the way farther yet. And you got them talking about streets, brick streets going as far as they can go, right angles to the streets, structures made out of bricks, all this other stuff, right? And it says, on this hill are to be seen streets and roads. Okay, my bad. The shade trees, the shade trees for the former inhabitants still remain and are generally of live oak, and near which may be discovered grape arbors or more or less regularity. In several instances, we discovered a species of a plum tree. Now, up here also, I meant to say something. It talked about like there being grapes in straight rows that were still growing in the same rows as if somebody had left them. I forgot where it was up there. So this is like painting a picture that these people was there not that long ago in that area of Tallahassee. It says there has been much speculation and inquiry concerning former inhabitants of this country, who they were and at what time they flourished. No records within our reach, and the Spanish inhabitants at the extremes of the territory had no knowledge of this country, much less of the people who once lived here but have long since disappeared. Some, however, say that the records of the fact do exist in Havana, and that measures have been taken to obtain them. That Leon, like Ponce de Leon, was the adventurer who led his colony hither, but the precious metals of South America and Mexico so occupied the attention of the Spanish government that the infant colony was suffered to fall a prey to the Indians. So not even the Spanish have really been up in Tallahassee area that much. It says the traditionary accounts of the Indians are very plausible and are corroborated by many existing and circumstantial facts. So they're about to say this is what they say the Indians claim happened. Now, who is the Indians they talking to in 1825? I wonder who they're getting this information from. We're about to see. He says they claim this country at the late treaty. My bad. They claim this country at the late treaty at St. Augustine as belonging to them by right of conquest achieved by their ancestors. They represent that it was once densely populated by a race of white men. I don't know about all that. All right, we're gonna go on up here though. Who settled in the? Oh, you know what? Oh no. He said it was once populated by a race of white men. No, we're going to get to that. No, it is true. I forgot because I read further. Who settled in this country and incorporated themselves with the Yamasee Indians. Now we know who was really there, the Yamasees, not the white men. And they were talking about some white folks coming in, settling amongst some Yamasee Indians, okay? And that's not too far from where the Yamasee area would be. Who settled amongst the Yamasees and incorporated themselves within the Yamasee Indians, that the Yamasees adopted their habits and became Christians, which that's not a far off thing because they say white men, but they could be talking about the Spaniards. When the Spaniards would come here, they would baptize you, make you Christians, and then you would sometimes take on a Spanish name, sometimes. But ceased to be fighting men. So they became Christians and ceased to start fighting. It says that this people had fine houses, carriages, herds of cattle, and etc. and made wide rounds and bridges over waters and streams of rivers, that they also had many forts and big guns. So now it's sounding even more so like Spanish influence or some kind of influence, which is why they say those white folks. That they also had many forts and big guns. At this time, the Creek Indians made frequent attacks upon them, but were generally unsuccessful as they fought with bows and spears on only. My bad. They fought with bows and spears only. My bad. I was reading that up there. Bows and spears only. No, I lost my spot. Spears only. For they had not yet learned the use of the rifle. At length, after losing many warriors, they associated with themselves all the tribes together between Georgia and the Mississippi. So now we're talking about a bunch of tribes coming together to go fight with many others in the north and came down unexpectedly into this country. The white inhabitants generally fled to their forts. We're going to get into these forts things. While many of the Yamasis fell into their hands. So think about that. You got white folks that came and put themselves in there with the Yamasis. And then next thing you know, you said, so this was after the Missouri Compromise. I've never heard of the Missouri Compromise. I'm going to have to look something into that. Reading that is not necessary, brother. Trump dirty secrets? Well, get your dirty ass up at my motherfucking live stream. 12 followers, you can get blocked. Reading that is not necessary, brother. What the fuck? I'm not your goddamn brother. Just block that nigga. Once you understand the Bible is our generation, they want to enslave you. You will see it's about us. Maybe he wasn't. Was he following me? Let me unblock him. No, he wasn't following me. So yeah, he can be blocked. I don't know what he talking about. Yeah. Annoying me is what it is. They tell the truth. They do live rituals. I didn't know he was saying all that shit. What you reading? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they got going on. It's a little odd. Did you see my last comment? Real Indian chief? No, I probably missed it. Let me look up. The Creek came to help my Cherokee people fight according to documents. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. It's according kind of like this story right here. Okay. And because the Creek come from up north. No, they're north of the. They were north of the Cherokee territory. So I get exactly what you're saying. Yeah, I don't see. I see you say peace, real Indian chief. He said, "Keep going, God. Appreciate that. Real offended." Shout out to Gold. Appreciate that, boss man. The Missouri Compromise. Peace. What's up, Rashad? What's happening with your boss, man? Always an honor to have the GOAT up in here, the OG. The Missouri Compromise is after the Louisiana Purchase. The U.S. was expanded. Okay. I need to look into that Missouri Compromise. So this is starting to sound kind of like some of the wars and some of the things you all have looked into. So we'll keep going. But as you see, you got people, white folks who have came amongst the Yamasis and were fighting with back and forth against the Creeks, which the Creeks were Uchis and Shawnees, which some Uchis were part of the Yamasis, I believe, back in the day. Or maybe not. I think at some point, maybe they got together at a later point. But regardless, because the Yamasis and Uchis and stuff come together later within the Seminoles, but that's a whole other thing. But they come together and they come against the Creek, and then when the Creeks come together to get them, the white folks go hide behind their forts, but didn't even let the Yamasis in there, and the Yamasis fell in the hands of the Creeks. And it says the men were put to death, but the women and the children were carried into captivity. Now notice that was a big one for me right there. I don't know why it's not letting me highlight it. Whatever. But the women and children were carried into captivity. Where'd it go? Right. But the women and children were carried off into captivity. Now, what did I say? Around this time, what do you normally see? You see in these old census forms, I can pull out and go to them. You see in these old census forms or whatever that most of the people, or it was in this document that was showing that most of the people own just one child. What did it say? Like, let's see here, where did it go? Oh, we got to look at the not the estate, the bill of sale ones. Okay, bill of sale. A 13-year-old. You got one 13-year-old girl slave. You got one Negro man and Negro woman. And a man and woman can be over the age of 13, 14, according to this document. Because they call a woman age 16 right here. You have one 16-year-old girl as a slave. You have one 9-year-old boy as a slave. You have one male child and a woman as a slave. You have one 19-year-old girl with her 2-year-old child, likely, as a slave. 2 children, pretty much. You have a 14-year-old as a slave. You have a 9-year-old girl as a slave. Some of them only. You have a 14-year-old only as a slave. So remember when we went through this and I was like, nigga, why would so many people just have a child as a slave? And the only thing. And then the only other time I would see when it wasn't a child, it would be women and children. Then it started to make sense. Like this one, a Negro woman, and then you got a child, Dave, of now 9 years old, and a Negro boy. One Negro boy, 9 years old. Another Negro woman of 50, a Negro woman of 28. So then I was like, it's the women and the children. And then we backed that up also by looking at census records that was actually showing like little tally marks and shit. And on these little tally marks in that same zone, you can tell this was pixelated as hell. Let's see if I can find a better one. Let's say like on this page, these first 2 categories are children under the ages. So this page is filled with children and a few men. Children and a few women, okay? And these are the categories, males, females, slaves, right? So now slavery starts to look a little bit different in certain areas where they just expanded to, especially you just expanded to the area. So now what it looks like is you have wars, Indian on Indian wars, as well as it being instigated between white tees and Spaniards and whoever, plus other wars between whatever. And of those spoils of those wars are left a lot of women and children. And of those women and children, they become enslaved is what you start to see. Or they become... Some of those become enslaved. Not everybody, right? Not everybody. Because some free people, there were some free people. And that was just in Arkansas. Now, in Alabama, different story. In Arkansas, we saw that. In Alabama, I believe they just counted people as slaves as they expanded to these territories. That's a whole nother story. We'll have to go over there. We just went over that on a live stream, whatever, with all those receipts. But so now when I see this within this document, in 1825, in 1825 in Alabama, right? And they talking about the women and the children, right, being spoils of war, basically between the Indians and the Creeks and the Yamasees and whatever. We start to see and know now. We starting to see and know. I appreciate that, boss man. I was reading something with the freedmen servants. I'll have to look it up, back up now. Yeah. Freedmen servants, because especially some freedmen's were just labeled freedmen. They were never actually free, especially the Seminoles, prisoners of war. Yeah. That really adds the layer. I didn't even think about that. That really, who were the prisoners of war? Now that and that's going to be the next thing to really shoe into the community lexicon as far as a talking point, because we already know that it's a talking point to say that we were prisoners of wars over enslaved people. But now we can say a big bulk of that was women and children. And another way that I triple checked this, y'all, was on this document. Not this one. On this document right here, it has all the slave totals. I may not have taken a screenshot of the birth age ranges, but basically they have it broken down by age range. And let me just pull that up because that's good for y'all to see for those who haven't seen it. So right here, you have the document, right? And then it's going to be broken down by age range. But total, there was by 1850, there was 3.2 million so-called people labeled as slaves. When you do the math on how many people were under the age of, I think, 20 or so, it was almost 2 million, like 1.9 something million. So think about it. And that's the children. Then you got to think about that. So 2 million of this 3 million number is children. That leaves 1.2 million. Of that 1.2 million, I didn't look it up, most of those might be women. Most of those might be women. And I gotta go look into that down further and calculate, because they do have that broken down. So this will help solidify even more so the argument that, yeah, we were prisoners of war. They took the women and the children. Now you got to think, what did they do with the women and the children? Well, they put them in boarding schools. They put them in Indian boarding schools all over the place. Remember, we found that out as we were looking at the Tallahassee Manual Labor School. Now, they say that they were schools for freedmen, but after I found that, then I found a whole list of school for freedmen somewhere through ChatGPT first, and then I started looking them up without pulling off trying to find that. But so you think about it. Now, when you go to now they didn't teach people that they came from Africa back then like that, not heavy. That's why our grandmothers and grandfathers and them don't talk about being African, because the first thing you would think that they would be teaching these people at this school would be that they're Africans, right? But all right, ancestors, don't say it. Check your Twitter DMs. Okay, I'm gonna do that here in a minute. Had to wait a few generations, right? And I also don't even know if they have fully concocted. I know they concocted the story to the Africa thing and the replacement, but this is kind of like in the process, because we went to these boarding schools before the fake Siberians kind of get out there in boarding schools. The earliest evidence of them being in boarding schools in photos is, it says, it's kind of funny what it says too. It says like 1880 with a question mark on that hoe. It's like, even the motherfucking Library of Congress said, nigga, I don't know when this was taken. Here you go. 1880, we don't know, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that's when this famous doctored ass photo was taken, which shows people looking everywhere but the motherfucking photographer. And I was like, how everybody looking away from the photographer like weirdos, right? And looking different ways. I can understand if everybody looked one way, as if at the time of the picture somebody had dropped some or something. Everybody looked that way, but everybody looking different ways. Like, what the fuck is going on? And when you compare that to the photograph of the black folks, now he's standing way far away from everybody, but everybody except for these white folks and the people that's playing games is looking at the motherfucking photographer. Okay, this is a lot more believable of the picture. And you got these people looking this way, which makes sense because they're doing Ring Around the Roses or some shit. So these are the people who ain't looking, but these people in the background are looking that way at the cameraman too. I'm just realizing that. Niggas all in the background and they looking at the cameraman. So you mean everybody in this photo can look at the cameraman and they way super far back. But these niggas got dressed up, and everything in their best, and they can't even look at that motherfucker. He right there in front of them, right? This should be crazy, right? And this is you got this proof that they was here. This other little photograph. No, that's from the Chilocco schools. This other little photograph right here from 1880, who knows the fuck, right? From the Carlisle Indian School, which that's funny because they don't have any Carlisle Indian School yearbooks until the first one in 1918. And what's funny about that is in the Carlisle school they show you here, let me go back to that hoe. They show you a bunch of somewhat younger girls. It's kind of hard to tell what the hell's going on. Some of them are young. Some of them are maybe mid-teens. Not necessarily looking like a bunch of teenagers like that, right? They want same thing with over here with that. They want you to believe that these were kind of younger folks, but when you look into the Carlisle 1918, which is their earliest yearbook, as I've shown y'all, it was a bunch of grown people dressed in military outfits for that 1918 year, you know, which is funny. Did you know that these folks were being trained for military purposes on their schools? Now, see, in our schools, we were playing Ring Around the Rosies and doing school shit, right? We had nice dresses on. We were being Indians. We were being copper colored. There's a stroller having babies. We were doing that. These people were preparing for something. And if you don't think that they were fighting for old Uncle Sam, I want to say I got one in here that says, let me see if I can find it. Oh, yeah. Here's another one of those battalions. He looks like he's the leader of that battalion, right? Mr. German, right? Of the battalion. They're superintendent of the Carlisle School in 1918. Yes, the superintendent of the Carlisle School. John Francis Jr. assumed the duties of the superintendency. Mein Fuel, right? And they had to switch it up. Now, I also find it funny. I find it very intriguing that, where is it at? I might as well present this whole little spiel, and then we can get back to the where you at? I find it very intriguing. There's so many damn receipts on the motherfucking schools. It's somewhere around here. Not that one. That during the year of 1918, you had a yearbook. I'm going to just do this, hell. Chilocco boarding school yearbook. Yeah, that'll get me there faster. Shit. And this is the Chilocco, not the Carlisle. Carlisle was about the same. But I find it funny. You have no yearbooks prior to 1918 and 1919. You have a yearbook of going to war in 1919. Just look at the Chilocco, because they did too. Some of those were from the Chilocco. The Chilocco superintendent wasn't necessarily as militarily looking, right? But when you go down, they still had on military outfits. That was the choir, because the choir needs to dress in military outfits in order to sing those notes. And then you come down a little bit further. You have the Literary Society, right? They are literally really, in military outfits. But that's your Literary Society. Okay. All right. You have the seniors. Oh, here it is. The seniors who served Uncle Sam. Okay. I think we can sum it up on what was going the fuck on, right? With the sailor outfits and the military. You can't call them school uniforms now, right? Who the hell are they serving, right? Okay, right? And as you keep going, you see many others there. Now, I find it funny that in 1918, these are the photographs. Now, 1888 was a photograph of a bunch of kids, right? Funny, they even drew in this bitch. But okay. You don't get another yearbook until 1931. Let's look at that. Why 1931? And what does it look like in 1931? Well, you remember that German-looking superintendent where he cleaned up, okay? They don't have a Hitler's right-hand man no more. They got this other German in here in a suit, okay? And what's funny too, besides the symbols that are all throughout this bitch, you know, still kind of going on a little theme on the pages, right? But okay. As we go through this bitch, you'll notice that they tried to clean up their act. You know, you'll go down here. First of all, we'll notice they stole our surnames, but I ain't even going to get into that. That's a whole nother thing. But I just want you to notice they cleaned them up. Now we have the boy farmers. Nobody's in military outfits no more. Empty classroom, so I don't even know if they're using that shit. But yeah, the women aren't in sailor-like outfits no more. Okay. People working on the house, but for some reason they're not close enough to see exactly who they are. They almost look like niggas working on the house. And they took a photo. Get a shot of them niggas working. Yeah, we can use that. We ain't building shit. Anyway, keep going, right? The women are dressed in dresses instead of military outfits. The guys have on suits. Still looking like fresh off the boat Filipinos and all. But hey, you know, it is what it is. At least they're not in military outfits, which makes you wonder. You got to wonder. The reason why I'm showing you this. Here's the band now. Now, there's the band here. The Carlisle band. Let me show you the Carlisle band. Looked like this back then. Yeah. They were marching to the beat of a goddamn drum and for war, right? But then they said, you know what? We can't keep doing that. We need to just have a regular band, guys. We were just kidding, you know. We're just doing normal things now. Makes you really wonder what the fuck happened. But also makes you wonder another thing. Another thing, too, on their floats, right? So funny. They just couldn't shake the whole past. But it is what it is, right? Okay. So as we go, what happened between 1919 and 1931? Well, they likely went to war because they were training for goddamn war. What war they went to, I don't know. World War I was just at its ending, so they could have been used during that time. Not 100% sure. Or it could have been a different war. We don't know what the hell they used them for. But typically when people get used for war, they get citizenship. What's another thing that happened in between this time? Citizenship. Native Americans get citizenship in 1924. That's funny. It's right in between that time they got citizenship. So what I'm painting the story is for you is you have the black Indians getting reclassified. Going to boarding school is the women and the children after wars. Women and children mostly taken captive, and you have some men left, of course, right? And it depends on certain areas. Not in all areas did that happen. In some areas. Alabama still was a stronghold. The reason why I can say Alabama was a stronghold is because when we look at, hopefully I ain't going too fast for y'all, Alabama, they didn't get to Alabama until 1820. Then they start counting niggas. They only counted 8 counties when I go look at the records on Family Search, and I can show y'all that too, but they only counted 8 counties. By 1830, they moved into 36 counties. But by 36 counties, they counted 117 niggas out of nowhere, right? And we've already discussed this. They didn't just pop up, they did just pop up in existence. They was there, right? They was the Indians that was there. After the Dancer Rabbit Treaty, and they expanded to the rest of the counties, you get 253,000, okay? Number substantially increases. Niggas don't just pop up out of nowhere. They were there. Now, why do I believe that they were there and doing their thing and that they were never really slaves like that? Is because when you go to the other stories that I've done, right, about those people who were in office in Alabama, you had tons of Negroes in office by 1872, right after slavery. Who was in charge before slavery? And that's the same thing in Louisiana. By 1868, that's the same thing. That's not that one. That's the same thing that was in Mississippi. It slowly was becoming white, but it was mostly half full of black folks, copper-colored Indians, so-called black, right? All throughout that hole, some over here too. And all in all. So for me, I believe what happened was, a series of wars and a series of takeovers as they expanded out to the West, moving in. but not everybody was slaves, but they counted a lot of people as slaves. Now, these slaves up here that was counted was in Hempstead County, Arkansas. So that was a different story. I believe something else happened up there than what happened in Alabama. And the reason why I believe that is because the numbers of Arkansas are substantially different than those of Alabama. Even when you come over after the treaty, where it does increase for everybody, it doesn't even increase a lot. And even toward the end of 1850, you don't have a ton of increases. So that's why I can believe like something happened in Arkansas. There was still niggas there, but something happened in order to get people to be enslaved in such high numbers and it to be just children, spoils of war, a lot of women and children on their records. Whereas in Alabama, they didn't really get in there and just strong arm some niggas. I believe we was holding up our own. In fact, I know part of the story is that Pierre Juzan with the Choctaws helped band together to help Andrew Jackson defeat the British, if not the French or the British, one of the two, in a war during around this time of the Dancer Rabbit Treaty that helped to expand the rest of the United States. So if we help them expand, that would mean that we likely had power, and that would show why we still have our numbers, why they didn't decimate us, all kind of things. But I gotta go get deeper, hard facts into that story in order to kind of really do that. No, my bad. Let me look now. You say you heard of the Mechanics Institute massacre? I have not. I have not. It was an act. Mechanics Institute massacre. Let me look it up real quick. Also, to see the year on it. Mechanics Institute massacre. Let me see what else I was saying up here, because I know I done missed a bunch of stuff. What's up, y'all? I didn't see you come up in here. Appreciate the gifts as well. They were free copper color back then. Yeah, but unfortunately, on the census, they be playing games. On the census, they put them down as all slaves because Alabama has 342,000 people listed as slaves in 1850, and they only have like 500 some odd free people listed. That's how I know they playing games, because we know we were free. Because you got to think about it. If we wasn't free, if we didn't have that many free people and people were really slaves like that, how in the fuck was we voting in all these people in the office right out of slavery? These niggas be lying. That's how you know the shit is doctored up. I was gonna find. Oh, it's got to be over here, right here. So when you go down to the free population in Alabama, 526 plus the 1,600 something mulattoes. You really can't forget about the mulattoes because they can be mixed with goddamn French or something. But 2,200 people who were supposedly free in Alabama compared to 350,000 so-called slaves. And I just can't believe that, especially you just got there in 1820. Slavery ends in 1865. You ain't got much time to even do much, to be honest, to do much of a takeover. And niggas would have fought your ass like a motherfucker. And you didn't transfer these niggas from any of these states. We don't see drops in numbers. I did look in the newspapers. You don't see tons of slave sales. I looked at the slave ship manifest. You don't see a ton of intercontinental slave ships coming in the manifest. So you don't just have you don't really have any way to make up these numbers of people besides the fact that they were there as you expanded into the counties. Let me look down here. Hold on. He said, check it out. It goes with that Louisiana photo. Okay, I'm about to look at that. The Missouri Compromise established Arkansas at the state. He said, hey, fam, what up, y'all? That's why Chief Warhorse has the celebration January 8th every year. That Pierre Juzan shit. And I need to look into that. I'm probably going to look into that today. Those censuses were made for displacement of the originals. I can believe that. I didn't think about that. I never thought about the idea that they would do the census, go around, and then make another one, take that and draw it on new paperwork outside of the people what they can say. I never thought about that, but that's an easy thing to do. They've definitely been lying about our history. Free, but not yet classified as citizens. He said immigration. Their numbers double quickly. Yeah, exactly. And I'll show you that real quick. The reason why those numbers doubled, and then I'm going to look at what you had, or that massacre, is because I think I thought I had it open, but should have it saved. Census Maryland, Louisiana census form, Spanish census page. So if you go to the census page on Family Search, and you want to go down to by state, and so I went to Alabama, and in Alabama you'll get links to all of these census forms right here, 1820, 1830. And what's cool is they give it to you both through Family Search and Ancestry. And I like to use Ancestry because it's a whole lot easier to kind of navigate. But what you'll notice is in 1820, and we'll also pull up 1830, and we'll also pull up 1840. So this is where the numbers come into play. In 1820, when you choose 1820 here, and we're talking about Alabama, only 8 counties pop up. So 8 counties popped up with 41,000 Negroes in them hoes, right? Well, then in 1830, you notice the list after I click on Alabama, my bad. Alabama, now I have a long list. I counted these as 36. So as they expanded into the other 36 counties, and this even tells you even more of the story, they didn't just take all of Alabama at once. And that's even more crazy. It's like it was a gradual thing. They came into 8 counties. Next thing you know, they established another the rest of the counties, incorporated them, but you had to count the inhabitants. Now you got 117 inhabitants that all of a sudden come out of nowhere. And in 1840, you get the super jump. There's the Dancing Rabbit Treaty of 1830. People had to decide to either stay on their land and become citizens of the United States as a Choctaw, or leave and go to Oklahoma and stay being an Indian in the reservations under Indian status. Why would one choose one or the other? Well, if you stayed on your land, now that I think about it too, if you stayed on your land, you probably started to have land tax. But you have the United States protection, whatever. You're a citizen, you're now getting counted in the census. But those who went to Oklahoma chose to go over there because Indians were not taxed. You get your land. You don't have to deal with the taxes. You got to go somewhere else, which kind of sucks. So that's kind of like, and you would go on the rolls, your Dawes rolls as Indians. These people might be on rolls too. They might be on the Creek rolls or the Choctaw rolls that happened prior to this. So there is ways to find these people outside of them first getting counted in the census, but that's why they expand so much into the census. It's because they expand into the counties, and every time they expand, oh, damn, there's some more niggas over here. Oh, 1840, by 1840, they done expanded even more. Hold up, Alabama, and now you got damn near all the counties. And I think I counted close to all of them. I think I counted 50, and I think there's 60-something counties in there. But you'll start seeing that. And if y'all want to know what's in here, this is going to be your census forms. So you'll click on them and you'll get your actual census from back in the day. Now, I'll show you one that's pretty dope. Now, this is your 1840. In 1820, they was handwriting them, for those who haven't seen them. In 1820, they were handwritten. And they also put slaves on the same line as the free Negroes, on the same line as who knows if that's a black or a white person. We don't know what. Like, each person has some free Negroes of color and some slaves. But also notice it says total people or whatever in the family. Total in each family. So this line is a family. This line is a family. This line is a family. So is a slave a minor, or is a slave a real slave? Who knows, right? Who knows? But I'll tell you some clues that give things away. This person doesn't have, these 4 sections are free white persons. So this is a person who doesn't have any free white persons, but they have 29 free color persons and 13 slaves. What is that, right? So that must be their family, because it says total number of people in the family is 42. So maybe that person's black. They would want you to assume that that's white in their plantation, but why would a white person have 29 free people of color with slaves? Somebody would try to make up the thing and be like, well, they work together in harmony. Okay, But you come down here and you do have some people, let's say like this person. They have free white persons under them. They have no slaves or people of color. People in their family total 6. So I would assume that this person might be a white person, right? So if I was to go the same way with this one, it's hard to say. Is this a white person with 3 people in their family and 4 Negro Negro slaves? Or is that 4 white minors in their family? Or is that 4, or is this person black with 3 black folks, white folks under their plantation with 4 slaves that are their family? See, it could be kind of confusing. You know, I believe they wanted it to be confusing. Now I get it too. This is supposed to be this ain't one of the first censuses. It's actually one of the first censuses was 1790, and they did census before that, so they really should have had a process down before they did this shit here. But you know, anyways, let me look at what he said. Mechanics massacre. What's that? The massacre. Is that New Orleans massacre? The suppressed official dispatch of General Sheridan. The murders effect of my policy in New Orleans. Read. Check it out. The next chart film. Okay, bet. That makes sense. Read. To the U.S. Grant General, the more information obtained. When is this? 1866? I would say 1866. The more information obtained. And I don't even know if this is the same thing. Let me go look up because this might be something different. Let me just look up. He said it goes with that Louisiana Constitution photo. First census of Louisiana. Oh, the Louisiana Constitution photo. Oh, okay. Now the years make sense. 1866. And they were just because Dunn was killed. Dunn was poisoned, and then it was like, how did they get rid of all of those people who were in office? You have a lot of fires happening in Alabama at the time as well. I got a thing with that on there under here. Like this one will show you all the fires in between 1823 and 1965. So then you talk about this massacre happening in 1866. You talk about that's really gonna be appreciate that, Rashad. And y'all follow Rashad. If y'all probably all do, to be honest. But if there's one person or two in this bitch that ain't following them, follow them. You know what I'm saying? But no, because that's when I started asking questions like, how did we have power in all the South in all of these offices like we were showing earlier? You got the Alabama office that had some white people by 1872. You had the Mississippi area that had a bunch of black people, so-called black. Can we do 10 a.m. instead? Here's the address. No, we can't do 10 a.m. Mississippi, you got Louisiana, which I showed y'all. So you got all these southern states basically. I think this one says to be South Carolina, but I've also shown it as something else. But whichever one it was a bunch of niggas, right? And all that. So you start to paint this picture like, wait a minute. How did these people get all this power, and what happened to these people and their power? Now you got things like what Rashad just said, your massacres, your fires, your different things and different wars happening during those times. Wars, but really more sinister things. I think wars is a soft way of trying to erase the real sinister things that happen. Because that's just kind of like the Africans do today. They'd be like, y'all don't understand, we're going through wars, and during war times, we got to have sex with 12-year-olds, and I shouldn't have said it like that, but you understand, that's really what they say. That's literally, I can show a video clip of them literally saying that. And we gotta flee, and we gotta do all kind of crazy shit. And we gotta remove their genitals and all this other stuff. Because of war, nigga? Because of war? It ain't no war, that's y'all fighting back and forth and doing crazy outlandish things to each other. And that's similar to this. They were massacring us. It's one thing to say, oh, war is going on. Then you just think of some honorable people going out based upon the orders to do the bidding of Congress. But no, it's sinister when motherfuckers is going through murking niggas and setting fires and causing families to be displaced. And niggas is going out and trying to take them out. And you know what I'm saying? It's a whole lot more sinister than just some goddamn wars and slavery. War and the word slavery just kind of are two blanket terms that allows you to not ask questions about what the fuck are the details of what happened. Oh, they were slaves. Oh, okay, well, shit. You know what they do with slaves. Oh, it was a war. Oh, well, what happens with, well, nah, I want to know what the fuck really happened. Who went where? Who murked who? What was the operations? And now that, you know what, that leads me real quick into the whole thing about these forts. Because I'm glad he kind of said that. And that newspaper clipping, remember, in those newspapers, there was a Spanish fort area where there was cannons and stuff left over. And they was talking about also when the white men joined with the Yamasis, they would retreat back to their forts, right? Now, the whole thing with forts makes sense. You know how they say we were taking over, we were fighting this war with many nations. Well, let me just show you this map, and you'll start to understand. So I'm going to show you a series of maps. You got a map like this one here, which you got Florida down here, Virginia right there, Virginia. The word Florida is somewhere. Florida right there, my bad. Florida. Notice you don't have in between Virginia and Florida. You do not have a South Carolina yet, okay? You don't get South Carolina, and this is like 1560, something like that. You don't really get a South Carolina to start being drawn on the maps until a little bit of your later maps, about 1600s-ish. I can show you one with an outline where they had just started outlining that hole. In my little map series, somewhere over here. Okay, one of these. That's still before. That's Virginia, Florida, so no Carolina. No Carolina still some things here where Carolina would be. Florida over there. Florida over there, Carolinas. And still no Carolina, Florida, Virginia. Florida, Virginia. This is a colored version of the one I showed you. They decolorized it for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Had to go to the French archive to get the real one. But what's funny is I noticed that when I went back through my receipts, that I actually had this saved from somebody's video from long ago, from like maybe a year or two ago. Probably the Sosalina from YouTube or something. I watched him a lot back in the day. He was showing a bunch of receipts. So it's funny. I don't want to say that I necessarily found it, but I still kind of refound it because I didn't know I had it. And then I was just looking through the archives in the French archives and kind of found it. But, okay, here's no Carolina still. And I want you to notice there's a Charlestown there. But Charlestown is there. Oh, Carolina did start coming into play right there. There was one in particular I was trying to show you to show like a little outline. Here it is. And there's another one closer, but it shows like a little tick marks where Carolina's future Carolina is supposed to go. Now, why is that important? We're talking about forts. I'm going to go back to the one before Carolina got established. So before you get a Carolina, and this is going to paint the picture, we'll go to this one. This is a French map from 1562. Florida, Virginia, no Carolina, right? But when you zoom in, what you do have is Chicora. Now, Chicora is what I was using for because it was known as the place of Carolina before it was called Carolina. What's next to Chicora? And Chicora was also known as an Indian kingdom. That's how they actually referred to it. They said this whole up and down the coast, the Geechee Coast, kingdom, the kingdom of Chicora, okay? And King Datha reigned over the 500 tribes that existed in Chicora. What do you have next to Chicora? You have Charles fort. Huh. What does that mean? Charles Fort becomes Charles Town, right? You build a fort before you turn it into a town. That's the clue to that. So think about it. He said, "Let him cook." Appreciate that. He sent the let him cook. Appreciate that. So think about it. Now you got to think about it because you're on the coast. How do white people take over? You pull into shore. You befriend the Indians. What up, y'all? Y'all good? Yeah, man. We just here kicking it and shit. Yeah. We just gonna build a little something. Yeah, a little place to stay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a little something. And you build a fort. Man, what y'all building over there? It's some pretty big walls. Oh, this is customary, for our people to build such big walls. That's all it is. Don't worry about it. You take your time. We just come on in, get some drink. Come on in, try to drink. On the water too, especially, and commanding that waterfront. And then eventually you build you a fort. Now you start attacking Indians, right? And as you attack the Indians, as we saw in the newspaper, when they try to come back at you, you retreat behind this big ass fort you built. Like a bitch. You'll go out there, attack, shoot. And as they come in and overpower, bring some numbers, you're like, oh shit, run back to the fort. As they just showed in that motherfucking paper. And they left the Yamasees out there. This will be the Yamasee area. They left the Yamasee out there, but they were talking about further that way in Tallahassee. But still, they would leave them people out and get taken over, whatever tribes. So, and then after your fort has become, so now let's think about it. After Charles Fort has now been fortified and you now start expanding further, building more forts as you expand further. So now the more you start thinking about the names of towns that have the word fort in it, Fort Knox or Fort this, Fort whatever, now you know why. Those were areas where they likely went there, built another fort, and set up shop to get rid of y'all or whatever they could until they can bring in. Now you start bringing in settlers off the water, right? Okay, now it's safe, y'all. We done made it safe. You bring settlers in off the water, and now Charles Fort becomes Charlestown. Eventually, Charlestown, after they expand further out, becomes Carolina. Okay? Then they started racing the Geechees and playing games. But, okay. Let's get back. Oh, old boy wanted me to, CR the Great said he wanted me to look into my DM. You DM me on my, what you call it? Man, it's passcode. What are you talking about? Device, yeah, store passcode. What? I guess it's saying this when I try to get into my DM on my damn Twitter on my. Let me try it from my phone. In my notifications, I can see my notification, which is crazy, but I can't see my whatever. This is why I don't like Twitter, man. You're always gonna get these trolls. The trolls are worse on Twitter, but I still got to deal with it. He said, "Oh wait a minute, that ain't no troll." He said, "Peep this: out of 388 Africans shipped to America in just 1 years." No, man, that wasn't a troll. Typically, be a bunch of trolls, but I be blocking the hell out of them. Filters are free, bro. Filters are free, bro. I don't know what the hell. That's probably a troll right there. Okay, I see you just shared. For the record, the French were breeding with the indigenous big time. See that troll? Just saying anything. I do love it when it comes, or whatever. Okay, anyways. It said you sent it or shared it. Let me look on my phone. Let me go back over here to this real quick. Damn, it's almost 10 o'clock. It's been raining all day. Well, it was raining earlier. It stopped, but it's looking like rain most of the day, so I'm going to be chilling. Let me find my spot real quick, and then I'm going to look at my phone for what you sent. Carried away. Okay, carried away in captivity. We ended on the women and the children being carried away. So thinking about we don't really We done really broke down some history. We done really broke some shit down. And then as they expand west, they meet with more niggas that are in power that they have to massacre and do all these other crazy things. And you also got to think, and I can see it now. See, I'm about to just look at it here. You also got to think, this motherfucker look official too. You also got to think that if we were in power prior to them coming over there, so are you going home next week? I'll be up there. I've been thinking about it. I really don't be going up to Oklahoma like that. It's summertime still in Houston. it's still pretty much kind of like that here. It's about to start being cool next year. You said it's storming here. Yeah. But I'm thinking about going up there, man. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Oklahoma be making me want to stay away. But you got to think about too, like if we were in Congress in mass numbers, which we were, uh, then likely we were in Congress in mass numbers before the white folks got there, right? I'm not gonna believe that they were in Congress between 1820 and after that. It was Indian territory, and we were the Indians. So think about it. We would have been occupying any of those historic ancient state capitol buildings. No, up in Dallas. Oh, up in Dallas. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I likely will be here. I don't think I'm going to Oklahoma. So yeah, if you come up, that'd be dope. We can get you in the. We can get you into the a podcast studio, and I can get you. I don't even know if I'll do it in my podcast studio. It depends on what look I want to go for, but get an interview going. You got to be part of this, nigga, because now I got Tasha Z. She says she cool with being a part of the documentary, and now, these are just other documentaries that I plan on doing. But also, I'm in talks. You know what I'm saying, with one of the chiefs. You know what I'm saying. I'm doing a docu-series for one of the tribes out here. I told some people about earlier. Only a few, 3 or 4 was in the chat at the time. You know what I'm saying. So like, and we gonna be and he hit me up today with a whole, like, we just talked about it, and you know how you talk about doing something and people don't really follow through, or it just, they'll follow through, but it may take a while before you see any kind of plans or anything. But nah, he sent a whole document of all kinds of stuff, and I expect that from him. I definitely wouldn't expect anything less. But at the same time, blown away with like what he sent. And what's up, Peace Meta and Empress? They appreciate that, y'all. And what he sent, this whole document full of like the outline and the goals and the plans and all the things and how we should come about it and stuff. So it's gonna be real exciting. And I really like to just kind of keep hitting it to y'all because, of course, I want y'all to be able to watch it. We're gonna have it streaming on all kind of major platforms and shit like that, man. And the goal is to put out major bodies of work with the most receipts on the most major platforms we can get it onto, in order to get it out to as many people as possible, make it as believable and unpenetrable with receipts as possible, and also have, archaeologists and other people. And I would love Rashad to be a part of it. You already know I would love to be part of it, boss. If not a part of if he haven't already put you in your own game, if you know what I'm talking about, part of some of mine, I would definitely love. And I'll say this too, like, I'm willing to also like do some kind of like streaming royalty. Like, I just plan on putting them out, just doing bodies of work and putting them on the platforms. They should hopefully get some kind of streaming royalty. Now, we can either charge like $5 or something for people to stream it, something cheap. It ain't got to be nothing crazy. Now, the guy that's over the chief that's going to be over the other one, he's going to, have control over that one. But all the ones that I do on my own, I'll have some kind of thing broken down. But just think about it, you know what I'm saying? But you said that's great. It's going to be great. I would love you two in it, y'all. A lot of y'all got, like, to be honest, man, I really look forward to like doing a bunch of them with a lot of us. And I'm going to tell you why, because, and me and the chief was talking about this too. I was like, if you wanted to get interviews from people besides like maybe some archaeologists who've been out there or some YT archaeologists or something like that, if you want to get interviews from people who've been on this topic, what's up, Sweet Callie? Who've been on these topics, who do you even talk to that even knows much about this shit? And I was like, all the people I know, nigga, are on TikTok. Don't get me wrong, there are some Library of Congress historians and stuff, but even they don't really go. They'll talk about the history of the Spaniards being in certain areas and shit like that, but they won't just be like, oh, and they were copper-colored Indians and stuff like that, So we definitely got a lot in store, and I can't wait. I'm gonna try to do a Geechee doc by myself prior to us doing that, because that's not supposed to start happening possibly until like the turn of the new year. So I'll definitely be doing some things there. The purpose is different than yours. He said there's, I could believe so. That's why I got to do my own. Like, I don't mind helping doing other people's documentaries and being a part and telling the stories from their views and our views, and it'll still be a team effort, but I definitely want to have my own shit, like my own point of view, my own research, and the research of some people that I know, and telling the story that from the exact place that I know, from as much true history as I can find, really, is what it's going to be. But yeah, man, it said mother had 2 colored parents. We need to tell the story from our viewpoint. Exactly. I'd be honored. I would love that, yeah. I'm telling you, man, this is going to be big. It's going to be big. But they labeled my great-grandmother as mixed right along with all siblings and her mother. Yeah. And you know what's cool, too, is I got a lot of, like, kind of how y'all are telling me these things. I got a lot of, and I'm sure you all do, too. We have a lot of testimonies from people because people comment on all of our videos, right? People comment on my YouTube, on my TikToks, and I mean, I got people that have done told me, yeah, oh man, my families are the surname Bowlegs, and we do have people in the Caribbeans and people in the and still in Florida. So finding people with the last name Bowlegs in both areas shows that correct connection somewhat to the Caribbeans and Florida, at least within that area, and as well as South Carolina, amongst some of the Geechees, which is why some of them somewhat sound like they Bahamian with their dialect. But like, a lot of other people like y'all tell me where your grandfather's at or grandmother's this or that, or y'all help to corroborate the stories through testimonies or oral stories passed down. You don't see this shit with those $5 natives. When you go on their live stream, they ain't passing down those stories that I've heard of, they still saying the same narratives that everybody has been saying, or they've been saying, not everybody, for the longest time. They ain't passed down not one new story, nigga. These niggas is horrible. But okay, let's get to this so I can get through this damn article. We done been in this article for damn near 3 hours. All right, because I think I started around 7 o'clock. Okay, so they carried universal desolation. We're talking about them carrying the women and children off. Okay. So they carry. Oh, my bad. See, I know. Look, he about to be like, man, I just. See, I'm about to have a heart attack. Wait, hold on. Let me look at what he sent me. Okay, the census of 1860. I'm gonna show y'all. Let's look at what this is. What CR sent. Okay, so we got the census of 1860. Alabama shows in 1860 the population free at the whole population by 1850 is free. 428,000 free. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. 428,000. Okay, slave 300. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I get it. That's not black. Okay. Unless I'm tripping. Hold on. Since it's 1860, or is it not breaking it down by race? I put my phone in my pocket. Hold on, that's just the total inhabitants. My bad. So free 428, slave 342,000. So I guess that 428 is supposed to make up the free whites and the free blacks. slaves. So the total number is 771,000. 529, 435, and 60 Congress reps. And what was down here at the bottom? Ranked in 1790, which they don't have anything about Alabama here, which they shouldn't for 1790. Alabama is right there, 1810. I don't know what these lines mean. 1860. It looks like they trace over to here. What am I looking at, CR? We mixed in with those numbers. You said we mixed in with these numbers. I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this article, and I'm gonna let you come up, and I'll put this on the screen, and maybe you can explain what's going on. Population fluctuation. Oh, okay. You talking about just all over Pennsylvania? Oh, this is total free. Slaves, 6 million slaves, and not 6. Whatever that said. I think that's 3. Okay, bet that. I appreciate that because I didn't really have like a cumulative thing with the 1850 and 1860 proceeding after the one that I had. So this will come in handy because this will allow me to at least get a little bit more of the rest of the story numbers wise as I look through other things. So yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. All right, so we're getting down here. The Yamashis have just fought with some Creeks, and the white folks went and hid behind the forts like little hoes, and the Yamashis fell into the hands of the Creeks, and they unalived some of the men and took the women and the children in captivity. And it says they carried universal desolation over the face of the country as the surest method of reducing the fortified places. They had made many attempts to storm these and bound thick pieces of wood before their persons as a protection from the bullets. So think about that. They were trying to protect themselves. The Indians were trying to storm the fort to get rid of the fort and protect themselves from the bullets. So, but you got these white folks shooting behind the fort, possibly, you know? So you got to think about it, man. And the most that they had at the time was to try to shield themselves with, you know, some wood in front of their chest and shit like that, and they would just shoot through it sometimes. So it's pretty sad. But it says they made many attempts to storm these, and this is in the time of 1825. So this ain't just, I don't think this is musket times. This would be, you know, probably your normal rifles. They had many attempts to storm their bound before the protection from the bullets, but the big guns broke their defenses in pieces and destroyed their warriors. At length, famine and war destroyed all except the garrison in Fort St. Louis. This, after resisting every diversity of attack, was at last abandoned and destroyed. So some fort was abandoned and destroyed, and the garrison retired to a considerable fort near the mouth of the Ocklawaha River, one of them Indian words, where was afterwards fought a great and decisive battle, which made the Creeks masters of that country. You gotta look into that battle. It says the Indians designed when they undertook the possesses themselves of the country to settle and reside here. But as they expressed it, they were too foolish and had rendered it uninhabitable. They had destroyed the houses, and there was no wood to build others. They had destroyed or consumed the domestic animals, and there was no game to subsist them. They were therefore obliged to retire from the scenes of their own desolation, a small part of the Apalachicola River and the others to their own country. So some people wanted whoever that particular tribe, I guess the Creeks, had to leave because of what had happened. Many of the leading statements in the foregoing account are strongly corroborated by circumstances and facts within the knowledge of the many Americans. This is said to be the country of the ancient Yamasis. Now, they're not talking about the whole United States. When I first saw that, I was like, what? You talking about the whole U.S.? But there, a country was a certain part at that time, a certain part of the United States. Like Choctaw territory was the Choctaw country in a sense. Creek Nation was in its own little country. Shinnecock was in its own little country, so on and so forth. Right? And so it don't mean that. So they're talking about the Yamasi area country was in the Florida area, which is true. Some of that Florida area. So it said, but notice they called them the ancient Yamasis. Well, you know who it was. Earlier you was talking about, we wonder who it was, these ancient people who once lived upon these ruins. Nigga, you know who it was. The ancient Yamasis. The Choctaw. Nigga, quit playing games. But it says that this used to be a country of the ancient Yamasis, and it is a fact that the Creeks have held a slave race descended from the Yamashi Nation. Think about that. The Creeks had them slaves, as they talk about from some of the wars that had happened, that we was just talking about, as the Yamashis had sent them back. So, Indian on Indian slavery right here, right? Not just some now it's 1825. They talking about it. So I wonder, hey, how many of these Indians that have slaves are listed on the census form, and are they the slaves on the census forms listed? Because they don't list them as Negroes. There's either colored or slave on there. You don't start hearing that. I think they call them Negroes on the next one. Free Negroes of color or some shit like that. Playing games. Because why would you call them a Negro? Why would a... My bad, I'm rolling one. Yeah, I'm a crow. Why would a English-speaking person name us a Spanish-speaking word? Yeah, we just seen these black people over there. Let's call them Negroes. I still wonder about that. But regardless. Okay. So let's keep going. You got, this is the country of the ancient Yamasis. The Creeks have been known to hail a slave race descended from that nation, which has been recently been incorporated into their tribe. And we do know that the Yamasis, I think, are known to be part of the Creek tribe. I know for sure the Seminoles, and which that's probably what they're all talking about, to be honest. It is also a fact, because they'll say that the Creeks is also part of the Seminoles. They'll say the Creeks, the Yamasis, the Uchis, but it's like the Uchis were part of the Creeks. The Creeks were Uchis and Shawnee, I thought, mostly. And then Yamasis all joined together probably to make the, plus others to make the Seminoles, or they call them Seminoles. It is also a fact that forts were very numerous, and that Fort St. Louis bears evident marks of having been destroyed by the whites from the mutilated appearance of the cannon, which must have been broken by sledgehammers. Now they're making conjecture there, but they see cannons. Again, now you start to think about the use of cannons in these warlike situations and not just guns. And now it even seems even more sinister and crazy about what was going on. And it shows how some of our structures could be, destroyed. If you sitting there firing cannons at them hoes, that'll fuck up a stone structure. It says this is also said to be very considerable fortifications in the neighborhood of the Akalanaki or whatever. From the growth of the forest trees, it must have been around 200 years since the country were laid to rest. But be that as it may, it is rapidly populating anew. And the power of the natives is now broken. We have nothing to fear from them, and they cannot, if they would, repeat the desolating scene which once wept over this beautiful domain. So that's the end of that. But it was many different things to gather out of that. Now, I was just looking up things for the term slave between 1820 and 1830 to see if we had a ton of slave sales going on. Because again, if you have this number coming out of nowhere of 41,000, then you got to make up for it. So when you look in the newspapers, I should see tons of sales of slaves or runaways or tons of something. I should see slave activity like crazy. So you do Alabama. Let me show y'all. And then the date range, I'm going to put it between 1820. Notice it starts in 1817. That's because that's the earliest newspaper you can get in Alabama, because they just got there, to 1830. And then type in the word slave. Search. Once it pulls up the results, sort them damn things by the oldest and start reading. And that's what I'm end up doing when I get off of here shortly. Pick up where I left off. I was somewhere around 1825, 1826, somewhere around there. And so notice I've been reading from 1817. But notice too, there's only 664 matches. So there's only 664 news clippings about there even being anything about slavery going on in between these years. So I don't even really have to waste my time going through all of these, because I already know it's not going to be enough to make up the numbers that we have listed here for the 41,000. And then the 117, it ain't going to make that number up either. And I'll show you that. The other thing you would look at would be slave ships coming in. Only 733 images exist of slave ship manifests of intracontinental slave trades coming in, because you couldn't bring nobody in after 1808 from Africa, from New Orleans to Alabama. So all of these are from New Orleans to Alabama, and they only have like one or two people on most of these boats. 2 people on boats, 2 people on boats. You got a few of them like this, where it's like 8 or 9, and this one right here. Still a few of them like that. So you don't have enough slave ship manifests that's going to allow you to reach the 41,000 number that it shows of people who were here. And then I looked at, we looked at the newspapers. So nobody was, we looked at, could you get the numbers from any other state? People migrating from another state. But you do not see a 41,000 drop in number. In fact, everybody's number increases. The only people's number that decreases are the New York, like the state of New York, because they abolished slavery. The people didn't just leave. It just shows 0 people after 1840. But even these states, and you got in Louisiana, 34,000 people pop up out of nowhere. Just the same thing like that, 41,000. So you got to think, that's at least just between Louisiana and that alone is 120,000 people popping up out of nowhere in existence. And then you also got Mississippi. It was 3,000, but it really was, as they expanded, 32,000 kind of pop up out of nowhere. But it starts off 3, but that's like maybe 1 county or something as they expanded into the couple more counties. You got, who else was there? Nothing for a minute. Illinois is late, but the population in Illinois is low as hell. Could have been a bunch of free people, though, too. Florida starts off late. Florida starts off in 1830, and you got 15,000. So now we're at, what, about 115,000, 130,000 or something people out of nowhere just popping up in random states. District of Columbia, whatever, California. California doesn't show anybody, because California doesn't become a state until later. That lets you know they didn't even reach that till way, way later. And Oklahoma is not on the list because it was Indian territory. So you got Texas. Texas pops up out of nowhere, 58,000 people. So now we're talking about, we got to account for at least, between these years, a good 200-some thousand people just within those states. And we don't have drops in numbers to account for it. Ohio don't have anything. Missouri, 3,000, 10,000, 25, 58, and whatever. Not a ton. Massachusetts, Maine, Louisiana, Kentucky. Kentucky goes up quick when they expand over. Starts off at 11,000. You don't go from 11,000 to 165,000 in that fast without it just being expansion and they finding people. Same thing with these. Not too many people in those because those people will probably be free. We'll see in these other places like Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Maine. Let's look down here. Indiana, free black people. Illinois, free black people. Iowa, free black people, not much. Maine, free black people, not a lot. Niggas in, Maryland, 61,000 free, right? Whereas in Maryland, so what you see in Maryland is this. You see numbers that continuously increase, but then they start to slowly decrease. That's the only place is where you see a decrease. But you see a lot of people becoming free. Okay, and Maryland was kind of, I want to say it's partially up there in the north, so I would like to know what's the deal with that, but a lot of people were free there too. So a lot of people being either manumitted or whatever the case may be. But a lot of these states that you will see will be on the East Coast after 1850 will be your Jersey, 20,000 free people, New York, 40,000 free people, Carolina, 10,000 free people. Not a lot, right? Because that's more near the south. Pennsylvania in the north, 38,000 so-called free, Virginia, still a lot, but that's not really north. Delaware, I don't know what the hell Delaware is in my head, to be honest. But anyway, you get all of that stuff. So it just goes, man, to show the numbers. They was missed many times on the census. They purposely did that. My people went from somewhere to Texas during the whole removal era. I believe that, yeah, because some of my family went to Texas during the removal. Not many, one or two here or there. The Great Fire in New York in 1835 to 1845. Crazy fires, man. All these damn fires. It literally shows they just deleting stuff. Deleting hard drives at a time. The hard drives at the time, which was the buildings. See if you see anything on Denmark VZ. If it comes across, I definitely try to take a look at it. They had to use big shit to beat us from a distance. Exactly. When you think about it, and that's some whole ass moves they be pulling. And then once you do beat some of them, somebody else will come in. You'll beat the French, then the Spanish come. You'll beat the Spanish, then the English come. You beat the English, and might be some other Indians come. I've done read stuff like man, it took a lot. It took a whole lot, and we still here. We still here in on these hoes, Yeah, delete the town, rebuild, and repopulate, and reprogram the folks with new history. Look at Vermont. It wasn't ever a slave state. It's the only one. Oh, I didn't see that. Let me see if they had how many free people were in Vermont. Vermont just didn't even have a whole lot of people there, period. Makes me wonder about Vermont. When it became a state, well, it had to have something there because they did a little 17 census, but I guess it was free. Oh, Vermont's pretty small. Vermont's that little chunk of little land, so that makes sense why the population footprint is so small. But yeah, it looks like it didn't have any kind of slavery. I didn't think about that. And when nobody was in Wisconsin, they counted 11 niggas somewhere in Wisconsin. That's funny. Yeah, man, this is crazy. But yeah, man, I've been going at it for 3-4 hours almost, so I'm probably about to get off of here. It's part of the 13 colonies. What, Wisconsin? Oh, you probably talking about what you call it. Yeah, I'm about to get off here and get me something to eat. Research some more stuff. Kill the day away. I don't think I'm going to be having too much going on. See what else I can find for y'all, man. That was another long live stream, several hours, man. I appreciate a lot of y'all. A lot of y'all. CR been in here since the damn beginning. Some of y'all too. Some more of y'all too. Regal too. Some of y'all. Oh, Regal. It says invite Regal, so he done left. He probably had to get to work. I understand that, man. So I appreciate you. Emperor's been here for a long, long time too. A lot of y'all been in here real long. So I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all sticking around, getting the game. Spread the game, man. I don't care. Use my sources, whatever the case, man, and spread the game. Always great to be in your life. Yeah, Nikki, we've been here for a cool minute too. Damn near since the beginning. Appreciate that. That definitely always appreciate you supporting the live streams and stuff. And definitely when you come to Dallas, yeah, let me know, man. Next week we'll definitely link up. Let's look into the Dolls Rose next and how the Dolls plan sold our land to pay Germany. Now I ain't heard about that, but I would. Yeah, I have to look more into that. I was thinking about something with the land, but the Germany thing. I was about to say I ain't surprised with the German thing because appreciate you, Judah Line. The Germany thing because I was showing earlier a lot of those schools, boarding schools had Germans over them. But yeah, one thing I'll be doing today is downloading some of these live streams and uploading them to YouTube. So if you didn't get to catch it on YouTube. And I'm about to start slicing them up into smaller chunks so it's not just 4 hours every. But some people do like to watch the long form, and I do like that because it's a good way to get a bunch of hours in on YouTube. A bunch of watch hours for people that do like to watch the long form. Can you send me that map of soon to be South Carolina? Yeah. Yeah. Let me pull it up because otherwise I'll end up forgetting. You know what? I got a maps damn thing. Instead of looking through this thing. With my skimming eyes, I'll be done skimmed past that thing 50 times. Yeah, this is nothing but like old maps that I be finding in books and random shit. Look how old that shit. This was in a book. Before Carolina still, of course, when the whole area was Florida. Notice how all that area they called it Florida. And many different things. But yeah, so many different motherfucking maps. Where is that one? Plus, I wanted y'all to see another one that was a little bit more close up. Don't tell me, man. Where is it at? I hate when I pass it still. It's this one, but it's closer. Oh, here it is. I had to do a zoom up of it. So there it is when I zoomed into it. The big map was it zoomed out. When you zoom in, now you really get a good idea of the tick marks that go around it. And they always put Catafachique, not always, but a lot. That means that you really got to know that. And one of my viewers, she be on here, she says she ties her people back to Catafachique. What's up, Rasheed Goddess? Appreciate that. And I hate that I missed you on the last, when you had shared your last live, because I wanted to finish cooking for sure. I'm about to get off of this one, but if you end up going live, oh, that was you, Empress Enchanted. Yeah. Notice how they keep putting Catafachique on all the maps. That's how you know it's a prominent thing. But yeah, if you want to start a live, or you can jump up on here. But if you want to start a live, I was about to get off here. I ain't gonna lie, my voice is my voice be going out once I be doing these live streams. My voice, my breath. I done been on this bitch since 7, and I just be kicking. But I'll still cook with you because we was talking about the anti-pose, and I was gonna show you some of the books I got with the anti-pose, which is crazy. But yeah, here's the Carolina map. Who asked me to send that Carolina map? I done already forgot who asked me to send that Carolina map. It wasn't an Empress. Was it you, Empress? Oh, okay, it was you. Okay, bet. But as you can see, and you can really, I'll still send it to her, but you can also screenshot it there. But you see, Catafachique is there. Even at this time. You know, they always keep putting their Shalaki, should be Cherokee, I believe, and stuff like that. Let me see if you see Catafachikwe on here. Now that had to be a place that and I don't know, did I let you hear this? That they, I don't know if you was on the live stream or if I even played this on the live stream. I think they did talk about Catafachikwe in this video. Hold on, this video clip. Not that one. One of these. Let's listen.
Sites around Charleston. The Combahee were one of several Muskogean people-speaking communities of the coastal lowcountry known as the Cusabo. Their strategic location between English Charlestown and Spanish St. Augustine made them an important ally. And if you can see the Combahee, the Westo, Cofitacheki, and East...
Cofitacheki, they can't even say it right. Well, that ain't how I would pronounce Cofitacheki. No, man. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right, to be honest with it. Cofitachikwe. I'd rather say it like we say, goddammit.
are all represented with standard generic icons for European cities that you could find on Europe.
Let me see what they say.
Settlements along the Savannah River, the Westos sent hundreds of warriors in search of captives for the Indian slave trade. With firearms from Virginia, the Westos struck fear in the hearts of southeastern Indians. When Carolina's Indian agent, Henry Woodward, accompanied the Westos to their settlements.
You know what we really need to do, and what I really need to do is look more into these goddamn Indian agents. Okay, because I got some even in my family tree. One of them in my family tree at least, possibly two. These damn Indian agents that got us fucked over.
1674, he described Carolina's Indian agent, Henry Woodward, accompanied the Westos to their settlement in 1674.
I thought they were talking about the Cofitachikwe area. I may not have. I may not have. Oh, hold on. Here. Hold on.
Threat of Westo raiders and Spanish forces from the south, Woodward, in his words, contracted a league with the Emperor of Cofitacheki. In 1670, English officials believed they had a military alliance with this fabled tributary chiefdom first encountered by De Soto.
So the De Soto met with an emperor out there, a kingdom. All native reservations are Indian agencies. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, definitely. Because the agents were the damn sure the ones that was facilitating a lot of that bullshit. So I damn sure can believe that. And so, but you see here how they talking about your folks here, Empress. It was a kingdom with emperors, and they was making. They didn't when they got there, they didn't see them. But they must have been some people, not just some people you get up on them and say, "Let's take them out." Nah, they had to befriend them and had to come back like, "Oh, whoa, there's some people here." Oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, nah, they had to do that. And it is, and it is, and I see you down there, Receipt. I'm gonna let me plug my little thing in here, and I can let you up. And if you want to cook, I'm gonna be quiet and let you cook here for a bit because my voice is gone. It ain't gone, but it's at its limit. It's definitely at its limit. And you wouldn't think just talking for damn 3-4 hours will fuck your voice up. I don't think I'm talking that damn loud. So you see mountains too. Mm-hmm. This was during the French-Indian Wars. I'm plugging in my microphone and my speaker so I can hear, because I'm using one of my old phones that's kind of busted. Let me turn this on. All right. Hopefully y'all should be able to hear me. Cool. Okay. Hold up, I'm gonna bring you up. What's up, sister?
Peace, Grand Rising, God.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you too. Good. That's what's up.
Yeah, you could continue to cook. I was just wanted to come up and tell you appreciate you, and whenever you're ready to cook on antipodes, we can definitely do it. Antipodes. Yeah, it's, you mentioned something else right before that. Oh yeah, so antipodes is definitely gonna go with the conversation of lesser and Greater Antilles and all of that stuff too.
Oh, okay. And I don't know much about that. I'm gonna look into that before we do the cook up. Then Lesser and Greater Antilles. I've heard it, but I can't think of what it is.
It's pretty much like, have you ever heard of mountain settlements?
Mountain settlements. Not ringing a bell.
Okay, so in the northwest corner of Georgia, there's a place that there's a town above in the mountains that is not even talked about. It's unincorporated, and in so
Okay.
many words, it's Russia. It gets up to like negative 40 to 50 degrees. So it's like higher
Damn.
lands, like you know how we can look up at mountains or have images of mountains, but a lot of the mountains actually have flatlands that
I did
have
not know that.
towns and stuff. You know what I mean?
Wow. Okay. Okay. And that makes sense when I would read these old history books, 1400s, 1500s. They would keep saying these people will retreat to the mountains. Whenever sometimes they would roll up on the shores. Now it makes sense because you get a visual of just niggas going up and just going up a random ass wooded ass mountain, but no, there was settlements up there. Okay.
Yeah, you know, all mountains were trees, and all a lot of well, majority ancient maps had a tree in the middle, just like we see the tree today, the North and South Pole. It's right in the center. You get what I'm
Mm.
saying? So we have branches in different spots that actually are lakes and images of actually a cut tree, but water in it. Evidence of people hollowing out those trees. That's why they call it the hollow mountain, hollow tree, hollow wood, center of the earth type thing. Yeah.
Mm. Man,
Jack and the beanstalk type thing.
okay, okay. Now, yeah, yeah. I can't wait to see what you got on that and hear that, cause um, yeah, yeah. I want to get into all these topics on. We can do it on your live if you want. Like, blow your live up. And
Absolutely.
talking about some facts. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I'm down. So if you do one today, I'll be free today. I'm free most of the day today. I might be free this. I might be a little tied up this evening. Maybe we'll see. Sometimes these people be whatever, but but I'm free at
So
least all day during the
it's
day.
whenever you're ready, because when it comes to maps and stuff, I'm fluent in it. I understand how they go, and I know that it causes a lot of confusion, but we have higher and lower lands, and even underground, what they call it, air pockets that actually have sunlight. You know, you can order sunlight. So, like for instance, right now it's 11:39 a.m. in New York, but it's 11:39 p.m. in China, as above, so below. So,
Mm.
you know, like just like how we have the Appalachian Mountains, a lot of people don't know that there's people living up there in the Dakota region. You wouldn't think that Georgia would ever get negative 40 degrees, but it does in a mountain region. Like even if you're driving, you know how your ears pop? Yeah.
Mm.
Because like going down south is like going down, going up south. You feel what I mean? Because of the lands are higher.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I've never experienced it because I ain't never been up one, but I've heard about it. I hear about it in the movies and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, and I experienced it. When you go on an airplane, but.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know that even in these talking points of settlements and naming places, a lot of people don't know that Canada is the old South. You know, the maps are flipped. The North is
Mm.
literally, the North Star is above Texas. Literally. Like if you've ever been to Texas, you look up and that bright star is right above it. Not saying that you can't see that bright star anywhere, but it's directly above Texas.
Mm. And they do got that one star for the flag.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's it's, you know, connected to the Fertile Crescent. It's like you can literally see Orion's belt perfectly above Arizona. So it's like when we look into ancient history and stuff, we actually have physical evidence of those talking points on the lands that we are on. You know, so it's we had people who created maps and created an idea of continents and things of such to confuse you for a land grab. They don't want you to know that this land has the diamonds and the gold and everything. You feel what I'm saying? Because they know that that comes with the need of CHILD. service.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? But these people are responsible for using their people to dig up these mines. But then not only do that, they're actually naming these mines like Congo DR mines. Like the richest place for cobalt is Minnesota, Colton, Colorado. And it's being done literally right now here. We get nothing from Africa.
I believe it. Um, I don't believe Africa got anything. I think a lot of it is propaganda. Even when I see them out there digging, or I watch like the documentaries of them digging for the gold, them fools are digging like hell for a whole month for one little small piece of ounce that they hold in their hand that can barely give them $32. I was like, nigga, if you got to go do all that in the mines and send a 12-year-old to do all that to come out with a little piece of $32 little piece of gold, y'all ain't got gold like that, in my opinion. When I look up the old ancient books,
Mhm.
not ancient books, but like the early days from 14, 15, 1600 books of the voyages, them niggas was basically stepping on gold as they walked through this bitch.
And when I look into it, I found out what the trickery is, and it's in the words. Like anybody can Google where's the richest deposits of gold in the world. It's going to literally pull up South Africa is the biggest gold is the biggest producer of gold reserves. Producer reserves. I have evidence that the U.S. sent what $1 billion worth of gold to South Africa because they have the reserve. You feel what I'm saying? But the richest
Hmm.
gold deposits in the world are literally in California and Nevada,
I can believe
Sierra
that.
Nevada. You know what I'm saying? And all the Johannesburg, California, not Johannesburg, South Africa, literally. And I realized these places, bro, like these places, gaining your independence is gaining a country. So I don't know if you wanted me to go in on this. I wasn't trying to interrupt what you was having before, but
No, no, I was done to be honest. Shit, I told you I was. My voice is out, so I'm gonna let you could cook for a little while, however you want to cook for a minute, and then I'll drop the stream after that. But like, yeah, nah, I'm in. I'm listening.
man, bro, I'm just telling you, like everything that we were taught in school was pretty much another way of saying 12 years a slave. We were purposely taught to look into our history for people who were even fighting for racial equality. Fighting for racial equality, basically, you were fighting the heirs to the land, and that's sad.
Yeah, that's real. Um, and we're fighting for something that is such a minuscule thing on top of the things we should be fighting for. The things that happened in the past, the land grabs, the loss of power, the massacres and the fires that happened that erased a lot of our past, and the reprogramming of the women and the children through boarding schools and all kind of different things. And now the story sounds a lot more sinister. When you just say people come over on a boat and you set them here, you think nothing of it. Oh, that's what they deserve. Then I guess it's just what it is. But no, we see when you talk about having power and then losing it over a sinister ass plans, makes you think a whole lot different about this shit.
Hold on.
No, go ahead. Yeah, yeah, it makes you think a whole lot different about this, man. And this is as exciting as it is to uncover, for as a person that likes to research as like we do. As exciting as it is to uncover this stuff, it's still sad because it's like, damn, it'd be nice if I could research and uncover good news. Oh, niggas was doing amazing. Niggas was this and that, and we still that. Okay, bet. You know what I'm saying? But now we unfortunately got to bear the witness of researching stuff and finding out, oh damn, shit ain't what it was, and what they been saying.
Like a lot of change happened when it came to the emancipation. A lot of people don't understand what the word emancipation really is. The emancipation term literally means basically emancipating you from the custody of your parents,
Hmm.
your inheritance. So when the emancipation came, at that time, if you were living and your great grandfather was the owner of the land or the plantation, that made him your master and you the slave. This is how they came up with the concept of us having white tea slave owner names. White tea slave owner names is a classification of white that was given to plantation owners, not the color of your skin. You get what I'm saying? Slave meant work before it meant Slav. If you ever saw Sinners and he said, hey, I've been slaving all this week just so I could be free to play my guitar. You feel what I'm saying? So to break it down for people to understand what I mean, race, you can look up right now. Race and ethnicity has nothing to do with skin color. Social and political constructs, which means an hierarchy. When you are classified as white, that means that you are the heirs to the land. You have a blood right, not a birthright. You feel what I mean? Meaning this, the people who were classified as white were a part of the planters' elites. These people were the richest people who had the fertile soil. You need food, you need cotton, everything. When you understand that that is the social class, which means you are the heirs to the land, not the color of your skin. And it also represents the content of these people wearing the color white while having copper color skin. So what happened after that started the enlistment and enrollment. When they told you that they wanted to free you, okay, so this is the thing. We have to understand, if you know that you were the heirs to the land, you know that picking cotton was a chore, right? I mean, this is the reason why every other culture mocks our clothing. You have to pick cotton. You have to till the land. You know what I'm saying? Like, this was your job. So they painted a slave narrative to tell, to call you a cotton picker. Why are you being ashamed to be called a cotton picker? That was your occupation. Like, you had chores to do. So they looked at it, and they tried to paint this narrative that this is what really happened. You know what? You guys are just slaving. We feel like it's not fair. You know what? Why don't we free you from this slavery way of living? Let us do it. Matter of fact, let's let these people till the land and you go be free. And literally resettle people once they free you. See, when they were freeing people from quote unquote slavery, they were unaliving you. They were Trail of Tears and Black Wall Streeting you. Which literally means that we freed you from the land, and then now we're calling it abandoned lands and public lands. Now we can actually turn the Tuskegee Indian building that they built into the Tuskegee University and Institute. It's diabolical on how they painted a narrative that we were just slaves. Bro, this is sick, and it's a rabbit hole that a lot of people may not understand right now. But this is actually facts. When you hear stories about this person basically being a slave, but he has the same last name as the person who owned it, you were the heirs to the land. That's your people. But then we also should know that foreigners have literally done what with our surnames? They have adopted. Meaning, the tribal names that they actually change the lettering of, like the Blackfoot Indians is not the Blackfeet Nation. You feel what I'm saying? The tribal names belong to the land. Like the Ogeechee River, that's the Geechee. The Gullah Island shores, that's the Gullah Indians. You feel what I'm saying? And it's not the Indian, you are the Injun, meaning this. You cannot depart us from these lands. These lands are ancestral lands, meaning that the soil, the fruits, the waters, even the people buried beneath it is all have our ancestors' blood, sweat, and tears on it. So you just can't have people settling on these lands and not understanding how to till them. This is what gives them sovereignty to go into these areas to dig up our ancestors and say that they're doing it somewhere else. This gives them the opportunity to now start making you pay for water, pay for diamonds and gold, pay for oil and fruits and vegetables when it was plentiful. What is plentiful to the soil? You feel what I'm saying? Like companies like Tiffany and Company, they've been stealing in North Carolina for over 104 years. This is what I mean by, you guys, they constantly promote race as a skin color when race is not about skin color. It's about fighting the heirs of the land for their sovereignty settlements to do horrible things on our land that they were exiled from doing in the first place. I'm telling you, bro, like it's diabolical. Like you could go look at a documentary of them digging up King Tutnam tombs. You know they're not in Africa doing it. They're literally over here doing it. And then you look at the people who's actually doing it. These people work at your local bodegas and corner stores selling you euros and Philly steak sandwiches. Like, bro, that's why these people are so confident in their disrespect to us, because they know this and we don't. They know that the riches is not the money, it's the land. They know that they're stealing from us and scamming from us. They know that they wouldn't be anything without us. They wouldn't have any settlements because their lands are flooded. Their lands are abandoned because of the horrible cultural ways that they do. I'm sorry to be long-winded, but this stuff just makes me passionate. And I understand that when we go into history, we have to look at these books and look at these words as the dictionary breaks them down to. When you see the word communication, break that. That's 5 words. You know what I mean? Communication is communication. That's 5 words, literally. And that root meaning of that word gives you an understanding on what they're talking about. So it's all smoke and mirrors. But anyway, I'm not trying to be long-winded. I apologize, Sam. I just want people to understand this. Like, bro, when you look into stories and they talk about the farmer, the term farmer literally means white. It literally means owner of the land. These people have, and it's melanated people who indoctrinate you and still do it to this day. Like, no disrespect, but Pan-Africans and FBAs, they literally speak legalese. They speak root meanings to words. So if you actually go back and look at their talking points, look at yourself as the white tea person, because these people are classified as white. Look at yourself as a white tea person, and then you will see that they blatantly disrespect you right in your eye. Like they do it right in plain sight. It's diabolical. You cannot look into these old books and politics thinking outside of legalese. Even Ben Crumps knows this. Like, if anybody knew what civil rights attorneys really are, you would not ever want them to try your case. Civil rights attorneys are not for us. They are for the Commonwealth. He blatantly calls us Black and African American, knowing that we're not going to get any justice. Ben Crump himself and Russell Simmons have a diamond company. Their diamond company's president and CEO is a white tea woman. That's how you hide your hands. They would never tell you that because these people are working in the public while being in the private. We can't even look up who your mother is? Wow. Even historians like Nelson Mandela and all these people, do you know how many times they changed their names? Nelson Mandela is not even from South Africa. He was born in British Columbia. They called him the Black Pimpernel. And he actually disguised himself. Like, they gave him 5 years and turned around and gave him life, because guess what he was doing? He came up with an army that was unaliving and burning our churches and colleges and unaliving us. But they're saying that it was being done in South Africa when it was literally done right here on the soil. Diabolical. Everything you've learned in school was a effing lie and blatant disrespect to our ancestors. And I'm sick and tired of these people promoting it even today. When you hear about these dark-complected people fighting for racial equality, that's basically saying, like, the host right here, Sam, he's the owner of this multi-billion-dollar company and I'm just a manager. Now I'm going to fight him to have the same rights. Do you know what those sit-ins were about? When you understand the sit-ins were not to be equal to eat with white tea people. Those sit-ins were something like what you would call what happened in Lovecraft Country. They were sitting in those restaurants because they used to own them. They built it. And when they went to the military or went to go visit their family members and came back, their whole town was taken over and ran over. This is Black Wall Street. This is Lake Lanier. These very same people have came up with these military camps to build golf courses over our mounds, man-made lakes and dams. I apologize for being so passionate, but it just makes me want to throw up when I speak about it because I had no clue of this knowledge, but I have proof of it. They're telling you that you have white tea slave owner names, but their religions are making you call yourself just like the brother put Malcolm X. Now you just actually disconnected yourself from your airlands. This is what the emancipation did. This is the reason why the pyramid is detached on the back of your dollar. They disconnected you from your heirs. That's why these bro, it was never called master suites. It was planter suites. I'm just gonna mute for a second because I promise I almost crashed out because everything that they've taught us was a spell. They made us believe that it was actually us fighting white tea people when it was actually people who were exiled for basically consuming people and raping and and doing horrible things on the soil, fighting us for our land, fighting our ancestors. The reason why today we are being targeted and they're not. Like, bro, the guy who was found HUNG on that campus with both his arms broken and his leg broken, how did he get up on that tree? No chair or nothing. And then you come to find out the coroner was a black man who worked for the NAACP who wrote there was no signs of foul play, bro. These people promote that racism is about skin color. It's not. That's colorism. They have to tell you that you need to be black and African American while they are classified as white. While they have private lease agreements with these native reservations to dig up gold and shit and tell you that it's being done somewhere else outside of the Americas. We are the export continent, period. We get nothing from nowhere else. I'm on mute for a second.
Oh yeah, I love to let you cook, man, and the people down there loving you cooking. And like some things that chimed in with me during that was like you said the thing about emancipate when we first started, and that was one thing that kind of came to mind recently as I realized a lot of these people were children. A lot of these people who had a slave in certain counties and certain places had just one child as a slave, one 16-year old, one 12-year old, one 9-year old boy, one 9-year old girl. And so then you start to think about why did you use the term emancipate? And then I also found where some people were being released after age 21 in the newspapers from being enslaved. So then it's like, okay, so there was a time frame after you became an adult. So then I realized I was like, well, you know what? Typically you emancipate a minor, you manumit a slave. You don't typically emancipate a slave, right? They go through a manumissions process. So technically, if everyone were slaves, then it should have been a manumission proclamation. But it was an emancipation proclamation, which shows that they were releasing a bunch of minors from the care of from caretakers, so to speak. And then the other thing you was talking about, like how they like kind of like the antipodes, but like how they found some artifacts, Egypt artifacts over here. Like they found that's the same thing, kind of like they found some. There's a place called Egypt, right next to St. Louis. There's a place called a little area called Egypt, and it was like
when you look it up, it has a museum there, and in the museum, it has a bunch of Egyptian artifacts. And then when you look it up, I was like, okay. When I go to the museum's website, it was like, well, yeah, we just imported these from the Egypt over there. I said, so wait a minute. What was the reason for somebody going all the way to the Egypt over there in some 1800 time or 1900 time, grabbing a bunch of big ass things and bringing them all the way over here? And coincidentally, you decided, you know what? Let's put this in Egypt, Illinois, or whatever it is, wherever St. Louis is, St. Louis, Missouri, Missouri. So Egypt, Missouri. Let's put this in Egypt, Missouri. No, no, nigga, y'all dug them up right here in Egypt, and you kept them here, and y'all be playing games, and they do that. They, like you said, it's a lot of word games for spells, word games for erasure, and a lot of that same stuff. So no, no, I'm with you. And it was some of the last thing you said. I'm trying to remember the last thing, but like, yeah, no, a lot of these things are. It shows the sinister way, and it like it makes you think that it's like this whole programmed existence matrix, which it is,
Mm-hmm.
of fucking, like, I don't even know if these people, like, at this point, I don't even know if these people are even living on land masses away from our land mass. Like, what if our land mass is the only land mass, and these other ones are just virtually, and they're like fucking manufacturing
Mm-hmm.
motherfuckers and sending them over here?
Right.
I don't know.
Like, look, what it really is basically they created the ish. A lot of people don't know that around the 60s to we were being taught English. But they paint the narrative that our ancestors couldn't read. It's not that. It was just our ancestors and our mothers and stuff, like the words were never given out like that. Our words never had letters over 4 to 5 letters long. Like any word that you give to the dictionary, it literally breaks it down for you. And that's our language. So they found a way to make us cast spells on ourselves. So for instance, these people could never get in trouble, like Tariq Nasheed and all of these people who speak. They can't get in trouble for misinformation because they're telling you the truth in plain sight. Literally. They just tell you, see, like, in so many words, this is what you would call trading places with Eddie Murphy. You can't reclassify a people. You can't just become an engine. You can't become an engine. You can't become an Indian, because how can you be an engine when you still need us? How could you be an engine when you still need our plasma? How could you be an engine when you still need our electromagnetic energy? You get what I'm saying? So the way how they speak, this is the way how whistleblowers will tell you that, oh, when they were talking about pizza, this is what it meant. Like, they're literally telling us the truth in plain sight, but they're teaching us their perspective when it comes to churches, when it comes to these schools and stuff. Like, bro, they were literally casting spells and allowing us to cast I'm sorry, slow down. They were, and still are, but actually suffering from it now. They were escaping karmic debt by not casting spells on us, but allowing us to cast spells on ourselves. Meaning that when you learn what the word holy, blessed, baptized, hallelujah really means, you will never regurgitate that shit out of your mouth again. This is, bro, it's diabolical, but it is like, once you take that lens off and you start looking at these books and politics and stuff as root meanings to words, everything will be clear right in your face. You had mentioned something that I wanted to, the emancipation and things of such. When you understand that we have the fertile soil, the soil is not just for planting, it is our ancestral lands. We are connected to it, meaning that everything in it, everything that they created, AI, granite countertops and gold and stuff, literally has us in it. So we control it. See, we have a power that they could never have. We are They are connected to their cultural ways. We are connected to the Mother Earth. So dumping into trees, like telling the trees the truth, they love that shit because it gives them a way to dissect it and protect you when you're out in the universe. You feel what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to tell the gods and the superheroes that they wrote about that they are the gods and superheroes. See, their position is like the Wizard of Oz. They are the smokes and glitter, but they really have no power. But they understand that the strongest weapon on this realm is words. That's why they know that the Rice experiment works. So when you understand gaining your independence is not a flex, all the women who are independent, that's not a flex. IN before word means that you're not dependable. So when you gain your independence, you just gained a company. For instance, Somaliland. Somaliland gained their independence in 1991. Same year that they migrated to Minnesota. Coincidence? You see, from 1945 to 1960, and even still to this day, Asia and Africa gained significant independence. When you gain an independence, that means you just gained a company to govern your lands. That's what makes you just basically gained a parent, and now that's what makes you a minor. Now they get to tell you that you can't be in a park after 10. They tell you that they need your building that your ancestors built to turn it into a museum to protect it. This is what gives them the right to make you pay rent, to make you pay taxes, to make you pay for water and stuff when you never needed them in the first place. You feel what I'm saying? Like, how dare they? Like, we're supposed to have taxes paid to us. But we pay for everybody to get wealthy in front of us and to live well. Meanwhile, Idaho's the only state in the Americas that have laws against consuming people. When I found out the things that they've done, like, bro, it just gives me the energy to just, I can't stop giving the information to my people, not for them to believe in me, not for me to force my rhetoric, but to give you guys the opportunity to look into it yourself. Because I want everybody to be uncomfortable with people teaching them their rhetoric, but we have been lied to, and I can't take it no more, bro. Like, I want to hear kids play outside again. We're living in a realm where we have to teach kids coming out the womb how to protect themselves against grown people. Something's wrong with that. So yes, this is the reason why we have sundown towns and unincorporated communities, and this is the reason why 90% of Utah, they don't want us to touch, because they don't want you to know what's really over there. They don't. That movie Alice was based on a true story. Like, bro, when you understand that we have unincorporated communities that are actually countries inside of our states. Literally, I have the proof of it. I have the proof that when they speak about Naples, Italy, and the Castle del Ovo, that's literally Naples, Florida. Castle del Ovo. Not the name, but the actual castle, living proof. Same images. The Great Wall of China. You know where it's really located? Do you know where the Vatican really is? The Vatican City is in an unincorporated, census designated area in freaking South Dakota, bro. I have the proof of this. It's just that the Vatican's is literally a mountain settlement. These people live above us. Like, bro, when you understand Casa Blanca, Morocco is Casablanca, California. This is all facts that I'm speaking. We have been bamboozled only because we are looking at ourselves in these stories as their story. The real Africans are the white tees. We never had a migration story. We are the heirs to the land. Not every melanated person is us. You have some people's melanin that blocks the sun and it burns them, but we absorb it. You could tell by the conversations that you have with these people. You could tell by their glow. We glow different. I don't care how dark and light we are. We glow different because it's our plasma. Melanated true Americans have 87 to 93% potency in their plasma to live forever. Plasma is what they call liquid gold. You need it to unalive diseases, viruses, and fungus. It's TikTok for entertainment, educational purposes only. The Rogam shot is made of 92% plasma. We are the major donors. Like, bro, they siphon us. Then you get into bro, I don't even know. All I know is everything that I'm speaking of, I have proof of it. Anybody who follows me and knows me knows I have the proof of it. Everything that I said. Plasma, the location that is mostly stored in is your liver and kidneys. How are we, who have the most potent plasma in the world, how are we having problems and going to dialysis? Why nobody ever has a successful story about dialysis? When they clean your blood, are they taking plasma too? Why your eyes turn yellow? It seems to me like it's prepping. I'm telling you, this is allegedly TikTok. This is for entertainment, educational purposes only. But I know the truth. Bro, they had mummy unwrapping parties here before, like, the gold rush. We were the gold rush. Their first sunscreen was scraping the skin off of our ancestors and creating, bro. My bad, y'all. I get a lot of passion when I speak because I see what's being done, and it was so sinister to me to watch these people blatantly disrespect us just because we're having a private, or public conversation about us looking up our ancestors. They come in and try to steal energy and destiny swap. You're a wobble. You weren't here. That they're just doing their job. That's what they were paid to do. Bro, these people get guap. Oh my God, bro. Like, I'm tired. I'm so tired. I'm trying myself not to crash out because this is not the way of life. I want my people to remember who you are. The trees remind us of who we are. Be rooted. Do not be easily moved. Just like the tree that's standing by the water, I should not be moved. Do you know what that means? Stop giving people control over your mental and emotional state. They only doing it just to be you. Bro, you and me, but I couldn't believe we was on the same frequency when you was showing the proof of these Indian schools and how these people had names like Ida Mae, Willie Earl, Emma, Hattie, a mestizo, bro. And I realized that, bro, these people were not being trained how to be us. They were trained how to control us. We are the descendants of the people who created astrology and geometry and peanut butter. How is it being ran by these people? Because they promised them our land. These natives and these white tees come from these people. That's why you can get two of these people and put them together and they could create a whole white tea baby. We can't do that. We have gingers. We have fair skins. You know what I'm saying? We have vitiligo. We have very fair skinned gods and goddesses. But we do not create that type of albino because we don't do the inbreeding process, bro. That's the leading cause of recessiveness. I'm just tired, bro. Like I constantly see these people on these big platforms. Man, you Black American, you this and that. No, bro. You want us to label ourselves as Black and African American while you are labeled as white. How does a person as dark as Kofi, who's an immigrant, labeled white? How are they coming over here not being unalive like us? How could they come here and actually have businesses and cars and everything while we're struggling? They're lately, I mean, literally, I'm so proud of Trump and them. They're showing you what's going on right now. When everybody was talking about smokes and mirrors and, oh man, these people going into Chicago and New York, but now we're seeing a lot of news about other countries being affected and being exiled and kicked out. That's being done here. They're not messing with the YNs. That mass deportation thing and how these people wanted us to fight for them, bro, those people were already convicted of crimes against us. They were being deported because of it. So, for instance, Nigeria is a federal capital territory. Do you know that Nigeria is literally right there in Ohio? This is how you understand the goddess that was on Baddies who was found unalive. How are you partying in Nigeria but found the next day unalived in Ohio? Look up Nigeria, Ohio. Look up Africa, Ohio. Bro, do you think they want us to know that the Congo DR, that they talk about these kids and stuff so much? Do you know that that's being done in Colorado? Do you think they want you to know that? Because they know that we will go ham. Because, you see, we don't look at our children as a way to make money. We look at our children as gods and goddesses. Everything that I speak of, I have proof of it. This is why I don't do content videos about it, because I know how dangerous it is for me to speak about it. But I don't care. I have no fear, because I know I'm electromagnetic, and I know I'm not stuck in no third dimensional realm. I understand that we shift in and out of different dimensions all through the day. We exist. I just understand that I can't give people my emotion and my mental state, because that belongs to me. Everything that's been done to us, y'all, is they have no power, bro. The only power that they have is telling you, hey, when you read about Kemet in the Bible, they're talking about Africa, but Africa's nowhere in the Bible. I have proof that Africa was being made up by Pan-Africans. My bad, y'all. I have these burst outs because I have so much in me that I have to get out before I crash out. That image of us being stacked up on slave ships, that's not a ship. That's catacombs of our ancestors on display. The Paris catacombs, that's literally Paris, Ohio. From Ohio to Oregon, that's the Oregon Trail. That's why Africa's called Skull Island, because it's underground. Bro, like, this is what Never Never Land is. This is what Peter Pan was all about. How do you have access to children's room and you're taking them to Never Never Land? This is the story of Pocahontas and all of that. They're giving us a story in school and try to justify the kidnapping of the indigenous people. And basically creating men in their own image. How you create men in your own image is by playing chess. The game is over when it's checkmate on the king. The king is never supposed to leave the homelands because he's supposed to protect them. He's building cathedrals and pyramids out of limestone. What happened when Mufasa was unalived? You feel what I'm saying, bro? Like, they're playing chess. That's why they always have checkerboards. That's not a checkerboard, that's a chessboard floor. These people literally, bro, like they are diabolical. How you actually unalive a god? SODOMY. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. I mean, that's what P Diddy was doing. That's how he had control over all of these young men and boys. So long story short, I'm not saying this for people to feel discouraged. Trust me, I want you guys to put your 10 toes down. Know that your ancestors weren't weak. Know that all these things I'm speaking of wasn't that long ago. I mean, we are literally superheroes. I've seen us do magnificent things that the world is copying. And I mean, we are the originators, they are the imitators. It's never the weapon, it's the force behind it. Every pew pew and stuff that they created is made of us. You can control it, you can jam it when you know who you are. Understand the power and the fire of your genetics. Your genetics is made of all your ancestors who are the originators. You are way more powerful than you think. You don't need a meteorologist. You actually control the weather. I've literally done it. I could do it now. Sunshine and blue skies. Mother Earth, look. It's not natural for you to be this cold. Warm up, heat up. You see, when we understand that we are the electoral vote, that means that when we wake up, Mother Earth wakes up. And they're in shambles. Continue to wake up. Do not let these people rock us back to sleep, bro. No. I just love my people, and I know who we are. I know the difference between us. We're so loving and caring, but we've been through too fucking much, bro, to keep having these people play in our face. Too much. There's no melanated god or goddesses that should be suffering right now, bro. None. So wake up and reclaim your inheritance. Start knowing that you're going to change. I know that things are going to change, and I'm going to help do it. I know that we are more powerful than them. I know that it's over for them. Start being in the knowing and not the believing. Anyway, bro, my bad. Whenever you're ready to talk about antipodians, we
Man, I love to let you cook, and the audience love to let you cook. That's why, and that's why people let you cook. You bring a ton of insight on a lot of things we still are looking into, and still, or we may have just heard a hint of, or some we've heard nothing of. And these are those topics like it's one thing to know that all these towns here are named after these places elsewhere, but it's another thing to actually look into why. We just be like, oh, there's a Paris, Texas. Why is there a Paris, Texas? And it's like we give ourselves this automatic answer. We'll be like in our head, like, oh well, maybe a white man came there and he used to live in Paris, and the nigga got this said, I'm gonna name this Paris. We won't even go deep dive. We won't even surface dive, let alone deep dive into these things. And once you start looking into it, it's these rabbit holes that open up. And like what you were saying with the P Diddy thing, like, yeah, that is sad. Like that's one thing I went down the rabbit hole of a lot of PDF documentaries and videos and stuff, and what the Catholics be doing and all of that other stuff, and the energy exchange that they take from the little children, whether they be boys or girls. In some cases, a lot of them end up turning out to be LGB, whatever. And it's one of those things. It's just almost like they program these kids, taking away their essence at an early period, also programming them to almost all become LGB, whatever. And then they also get out in the world and then they perpetuate the same thing. And it's almost like creating minions of a sort out of, some innocent people to begin with. Now, they people ain't so innocent, but but our people, if they do it to us, oh, I see you got something. Hold on, let me pull you up there. Our people, a big different, a big difference, So yeah, no, I'm with you on it, what I'm saying? And one last thing, like the whole thing about us being connected to the land. Now, I've heard and read in a couple of old like philosophical things that like all dead matter used to be living matter, if I'm not mistaken. So it kind of really does give you a different idea that the ground and the dirt and all this other stuff, the rock and the stuff that we used, and we use the same stuff to create our current existence, is our ancestors, and we are connected to this land, which is literally our ancestors. So yeah, no, I love that. Go ahead.
Yeah, see, the reason why they call it unalive is because another way of saying the DEAD Indian Act. Um, you see, they try to come up with solutions and tell us that spreading manure, which is SHIT, makes our soil fertile. No, the milpa planting system does. You get what I'm saying? Like, why are they putting fluoride in our waters? These were fountains of youth, now they're springs. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm gonna dive into that, but I just want to show you guys this. This is the CCC, right? It's so many different names for these type of programs that were given to these type of people, right? These are your original terms of Africans and things of such. Africa is a Berber term, which means cave dweller. But this is a part of the inbreeding process. It was inbreeding catacombs instead of breeding camps. So these people and their occupations, let's dive into it. You see, these people were considered to be their indentured servitudes. They dumped their prisons over here and their unwanted or whatever. And they were treated well. So here's one of their occupations. You just gotta change the grid. If you go to multi-guest and go to settings, you can actually click on the third to last. Or I think you could just push on the second one, like instead of panel, push. You hear me, host? You know how to do that?
Yeah, my bad. I'm trying to go through here now. Okay,
Okay.
here's this. Oh, not that one. I think I know what you're talking about though. Hold on.
Yep, multi-guest and then push the setting thing. And then, yeah, this is
Let
cool
me
if you
find a
want.
better one. If that one.
It-
Whoops.
You know
Hold
what you
on. My
could do?
bad.
Oh, you could push the second one from the panel.
Second one on the panel. Okay. Hold on. Go back to that. Switch. Let me put you up here.
Is that the second one? So don't go to panel, go to the second one.
Hold on. The grid.
Not Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
So it says yes, the CCC built numerous golf courses across the United States, particularly during the Great Depression.
All
You
those golf
screenshot.
courses built on mounds, aren't they?
Exactly. So now you have a look into who these people are and what they were doing, right? Screenshot that. I don't care if y'all do videos about it. You ain't got to give me no shout out. It's not about me saying, oh, I was the first one to put. No, this is nothing new under the sun. Long as you have, the point is, as long as you know. Look at the second thing. This group also built dams as part of its what? That's the reason why the West Coast is dry. The reason why they keep flooding the east? Screenshot it. Look into it. Google Lens. I don't care what y'all do. But let's peep the next thing. Because those two things are already diabolical.
Yeah, that's crazy in itself. One, to find an actual program and operation that just centers those two things, and they call themselves the goddamn civilization corporate conservation. Whose civilization are you trying to conserve?
Look, what they say, bro? You can read it. They
It
built
says,
what?
yes, the Civilization Corps built many man-made lakes as part of their work on parks and conservation projects. Wow, that's insane.
Diabolical.
Yeah, you done hit on something that's
I'm telling you, bro. I am a nerd and I'm proud of it. This. Let me go back. Cause do y'all see this? Man, bro, they talking about these people had all you can eat buffets. Bro, like, what? During the Great Depression. So how were they depressed? We were being depressed because they're doing this all on our lands. I have images that I'm gonna show y'all.
yeah. These are fire receipts. I mean, this is. I don't even know how the hell you got the document. I don't even know where the hell how they even. I don't even know how the even hell you even knew found that the corporation or the thing the operation existed because obviously, but you got to think obviously somebody was behind all of it. So yeah,
Exactly.
who
Nelson
is?
Mandela and Marcus Garvey. Boom. There you go. Noble Drew Ali as well. Sorry, but he was being set up too because when in 1928 he gained the rights to all of the Americas, and then that's what led to his unalivement shortly after. Noble Drew Ali is a victim of being kidnapped when he was a child and being raised by Canaanites and people who do horrible things. So yeah, screenshot that. Look, y'all, like I got so much information. This stems from the Black Pimpernel. I told you Marcus Garvey. I mean Nelson Mandela. Okay, so look. This BOMB. Do you know that they said that this happened in Africa? This was Nelson Mandela and them troops. He built an army, and these were the people who we were fighting. They were not labeled as Africans at that time. They were literally burning their information so they could classify themselves as Africans. But before I get into that, y'all, let me just show y'all this other stuff again. So this little group, right? Here's some of the things that they were doing. Number one. They're headed to the new world, new life, right? A lot of these boats, if y'all look into the, what was it called? Not the Black Star, but Marcus Garvey had some boats and stuff, but he never, you know how they were fighting for the return to Africa and all of that? Bro, he never stepped foot in Africa. I don't want to show you the specific image because this one was diabolical. Here we go, right here. Like, bro, they were removing trees. That's not the one I want to push on, my bad. Removing trees, like, I don't even know what to say unless I just pull it up. Right here. See that? Let me just go to the Pimpernel. I don't even know why they call this guy the Pimpernel. He was disguising himself, so let me just tap into that so I don't be all over the place.
And that's crazy to have armies chopping down trees. That's crazy.
Yeah, it caused our climate to get colder. It's literally. So here's the article on this for Nelson Mandela. So the Pimpernel was a nickname given to Nelson Mandela for his ability to invade the police while underground. He used elaborate disguises and operated at night to continue his anti-apartheid activism after going into hiding in 1961. This period was crucial for the African National Congress as they shifted to a strategy of armed resistance after peaceful protest methods powered and active. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, they came up with their own militaries, and these are the ones who are responsible for, you know, BOM being our churches and cathedrals and all of that stuff. These are the ones we were fighting. So, for more information on that, let me show you some of his elaborate disguises. Like, this dude was actually the head of so many different protests, like higher up people. So this is him, right? Here's another image. Y'all can screenshot, Google Lens. You'll see that some of these images that I'm about to pull up is going to look diabolical, but it's him. Here's another one talking about him.
Straight African.
He don't look like Nelson. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the heck? And when I show you these other disguises, bro, look at this. And I know a lot of people know him. Right here. Right here. Look at this.
Oh,
That's Nelson Mandela.
so that's the real Mandela?
Bro, you just see he had multiple disguises, bro. Look at his forehead. That looks like clay. Hollywood. Google
Damn,
answers.
and yeah, I didn't even think about it because it ain't that nobody really knew much about what the hell he looked like. And they could put all kind of different people in his place. Don't nobody know it, especially back then. And back then, it was easy to do some digital or fakes or whatever on TV. People would take whatever.
Mm-hmm. This him. Let me show you another diabolical image. Bro, I couldn't believe this. I was typing in because I was like, what's his real name? Because it seemed to me like these people done already lied to us. There got to be some more to it. So, peep gang. This him too. I got it right here. Y'all ready? Look at this shit right here. So, I have proof that this guy, here's some of the damages. See, that was him and his troops. His military was called the Spear of a Nation, if you guys ever want to look into it. Just know that when you look up this anti-apartheid and all this stuff that they say happened in Africa, it literally happened here. And I have evidence of it. Not going to get into a deep dive of it, but here's a few of them. Where is it at? See all of this? This was in Philadelphia. But the same image is attached to South Africa apartheid? What the heck? The Sharpeville massacre that they were speaking of is the Sharpeville police in Pennsylvania. Did you know that? It literally happened in Pennsylvania. The man who raised Nobuju Ali, they called him the BLOOD Sultan, who was responsible for unaliving over 300,000 Armenians. And then you look up Armenian, Pennsylvania, and find out that those were Pennsylvanians that they unalived. Yeah. Here's some of the damage. I do want to find that receipt, but I'm going to have to find it in just a minute. But just to give y'all a little brush through that they're responsible for doing this college in like they did it all over the Americas, bro. Here's one location where I was just showing you that was in Wisconsin. This is how they did the building. It was so many people that was unalive, but they try to dumb it down. You see, they call their things massacres. They call us riots. All of these fires and all of these, BOMBs were done here on our soils. This is literally in Wisconsin. The other one happened in Michigan. Michigan, yes, it's a man-made lake. Like, bro, this is. I'm trying to slow down, but it's. Let's look into more understanding about it. They got articles on it. You see how they got the white tees in front of it, but they are hidden hand. And then they always try to suppress the total counts of the, the casualties. You see, we were never prisoners of war, we were victims of war. Because prisoners of war, if you look into that, they were actually set up to be in military positions, just like the CCC group. Yep, Just American, yep. That was Nelson Mandela. See, they went underground. He went underground, he had many disguises. Like, for instance, that book that's been going around matter of fact, let me tell you about this real quick, since it's right here. See, they call this so mainstream scientific historical narrative of the Little Ice Age, right? It basically included the year of 1853. When I looked into what made the climate colder in 1853, it had a lot to do with unaliving a tree. And let me show you the tree. Right here. This is Ring Around the Rosie. We were singing that shit in school. That calls, when you unalive the tree, see, look, the trees, they call them carbonated beings. The trees are just like us, we absorb the sun. So when you unalive these great sequoias or these 300-foot trees and all of that, it actually leaves really no room for the sun to be absorbed. So the planet starts to reflect sunlight. That's how you get northern lights and aurora borealis, which actually emits carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And it causes the planet to go through a series of ice ages, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, mud floods. This is how they control the weather, by unaliving the trees. So when they tell you that Noah had to build an ark because a storm was coming, nah. Noah unalived the trees to cause a storm. He's connected to the whole Bering Strait thing, like I was telling you about with the antipodes. And then we can dive into that. It's people like this guy that I'm going to show you, where this book has been going around. A lot of people don't look into the authors and to see if it was a fictional or non-fictional book. But do y'all know who the author is of this Black as F history? Him. Now let me ask you, Sam, is that an American or does that look like an African?
I hate this dude. He definitely looks like an African with them eyes and that nose. And I bought that book on purpose to debunk it. I didn't want to have to buy it, but I couldn't find a damn copy. And it's a bunch of bullshit. But yeah.
Try to look up the names that they were using. You tried to do it too, didn't you?
See, I try to do what?
Look up the names of the characters that they were using.
I didn't even try to look up the names of the characters, but the stories were so asinine in themselves. I was just like, man, this shit, and I didn't even feel. And I only got through like 2 chapters. I was like, I'm not reading the rest of this piece of shit. So I don't even know what the rest of it is about, to be honest.
Well, here you go. Black as F history. Got these crisis actors crying. They unalive the natives that's on the reservations, and they were eating what? They came over here cannibalistic. Literally, stop playing with us,
Yeah, and
bro.
that's what made me want to look it up and start to debunk. Well, like I knew about this Michael Harriot dude because like Byron Allen had used him for like the griot when he first started this like company or whatever for there was supposed to be an all black, media company, but you could tell it was really some bullshit. And Byron Allen, married to a white girl, and he put a bunch of Africans like this dude. At the time, I didn't think I wasn't paying attention to his phenotype. I didn't really pay attention until you showed it. I saw you on another live stream, and you showed this photo, and I was just like, "Damn, that motherfucker is an African." And I remember like looking into his book because I saw those same people crying about it, and I knew he was a little do boy for Byron Allen. So when I looked, I saw he had a bunch of followers on Twitter. I was like, man, I can't stand people follow this nobody, dude. So like that's the only reason why I bought the book. I was like, I gotta read it in book and just like do some content about this bullshit.
Mhm. See what I'm saying? Land grab. See, a lot of people don't know that in 1867, you guys can look it up. Canada, which is the Rupert's Act, they gained the rights to the Americas. Um, you see, think about it. We had these cathedrals. We have images of us getting energy. We have, this is how we healed ourselves by frequency and bells. So why do we need their hospitals? We are the descendants of the people who taught astronomy and all of that. Why do we need their colleges? These colleges were literally our homes, bro. Like the trading routes. When you understand, if I'm bringing my blue bananas from Arizona to Georgia to trade with the peaches with my cousin, when I pull up, hey cousin, what's up? Hey y'all, we here to up and help unload. Why don't y'all go in? You know where your wing is. You got the whole West Wing. These are 300. Some of these places were turned into prisons. Alcatraz. 300 rooms, like literally granite, marble, limestone, like, bro, rich. We never even used wood to build homes. We only used the woods when they started unaliving the trees. So we used them to build houses and things of sort. But even our furnitures back before they came, bro, we never used wood. We had cotton. We actually used our hair in our furniture because our hair is a lot of frequency, just like wool. You feel me? Even our beds were made out of marble and stuff. It's, bro, think about it. Why do we need their hospitals? It's called hospice to me. Because what is it healing? It's not. Why do we need them to build schools? These schools are all indoctrinated. They're all being ran by the Jesuits. From Harvard to Yale and like, bro, the Jesuit societies. Now the cathedrals are being ran by people who's doing sadistic things behind them. They are building on top of mass grave sites. Land grab universities. That's why I don't ask yourself, what does sovereignty do to affect the heirs of the land? It affects them tremendously because this is the quote that they came out with in 1868. We stole the eagle from the Air Force, the anchor from the Navy, the rope from the Army, and on the seventh day when God rested, we overran his perimeter, stole the globe, and have been running the show ever since. That's diabolical within itself. Literally. See, these are things that they don't teach you in school. Yeah. Bro, it's... What else can I show y'all for real quick? For instance, Malta, Europe. Did you know it's literally Malta, Montana? I have actual images of, what I'm saying, lakefronts and all of this. That's the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean Sea of America, not the American Mediterranean between South and North America. When they say that we were trading from the east to the west, it's literally here. It's just higher lands and lower lands. For instance, the first place that was ever labeled Africa was Ohio. First place that was ever labeled America was Oklahoma. So when they were talking about bringing African slaves to the Americas, you talking from Ohio to Oklahoma? Yeah. Look up the enslavement of the indigenous people in the 1300s and understand that the Atlantic Ocean was the Ethiopian Sea, which was right up there in Ohio and Ontario. When you were being taken to Europe, Europe was in the Northwest. That's why they never talk about the Northwest in history. They never talk about it. We don't know nobody in Wyoming, Idaho. I only know about potatoes. Oregon Trail, what's the rest of the story of it? You can get from the east to the west in seconds, minutes. We have speed trains that go so fast you wouldn't think it's real. Stories about these people coming out about the elite and these, P. Diddy and all of them, they not lying about these underground catacombs and stuff, bro. So if you want me to type into that, I'm gonna let you cook while I bring up those receipts if you want. I'll still be right here up on the panel. I just don't give TikTok access to my photos. So I just go grab them.
Nah, yeah, I appreciate you spitting that real game, that super deep game that you always spit. Y'all make sure y'all follow Receipt Goddess if y'all haven't already. Most people in here is probably familiar with you, but some people, if you're not, make sure you following her because man, and one of these days we'll have to get deep on the antipodes. On maybe like when you do yours, I'll come up on yours
Well,
and
we can set it up now whenever you're ready. Just let me know now because I'm ready. I ain't gonna even cap. I know you've been on here for a while, but I'm on fire. I'm telling you, bro. Like the ancestors is on my neck.
shoot, if you want to lead off, I'll pull up my little receipts of what I
Yeah,
got.
you
And
wanna go live? What? Oh no, go ahead and cook. But
no, but we can do it. I mean, yeah, we can do it whenever, another time or whenever. But I'll just show you real quick a couple of
okay,
the things that I got. Let
get
me see.
change the panel to put you back on the big screen. Just go to the same settings and
Oh
push
yeah.
format. Yeah.
Let me see.
So now
Oops.
just bring yourself up. Yeah.
Ah, okay. I need to be wiping this dusty ass iPad off. Okay. So yeah, antipodes, whatever. So like literally in these old books, you can see that the words are in these old books that I had to translate. I can't remember what the name of this book is, and I can find them, but I just wanted to kind of show that these words were in these old books in multiple different ones. And I'll read a couple passages just to see if some of it even makes any kind of sense to what you've talked about. There's one in particular that kind of gave like a location. Let's see, Arctic. Okay, it says all the ancient. Let me put it over here. All the ancient philosophers of the Gentiles denied the existence of antipodes, or pods or whatever, because the torrid zone and the ocean lie in between and impede the way. As Macrobius explains at length in the Dream of Scipio the Cicero composed. I guess that's a particular book. It says, among the Christian philosophers, Clement says that no man can cross the ocean. And Albert the Great, who is very modern, confirms this. Yet I believe that the road to them was never shut, for we call those we now know as Indians the antipodes, and they are not natives so distant. My bad. And they are not natives so distant that their navigation would be too long and difficult as the Spaniards do who sailed the ocean sea. So it was almost like they were calling them the antipodes of the explorers. But then I got another passage here. It says, let's see. And so imagining the great distance that lies between the poles, which is a very great distance, and the earth as it ought to be imagined like a globe under the sky, which turns about it, we understand that the antipodes necessarily true since they come from the turning of the sky. So at this time, I didn't know what the hell they was talking about. I was just whatever it was. It made me want to re-screenshot these every time I saw it. And there was another one here. It says, let me see. Experience certifies us there is land under the equinoctial line, and we know by navigating the sea and seeing it that it is inhabited and full of people. Glory be to God, who has allowed the Spanish to discover the Indies. This ends the discussion of the antipodes, those who, according to the ancients, were thought to live under the torrid zone, passing the great ocean sea on the other side of the Arctic zone. So I hadn't looked up like what the heck is a torrid zone versus the or ocean and Arctic zone. So I definitely have to look more into that. And let me see if I had another from something else. Let me put pods on there. Nah, that might have been. Let's see. They also believe. Okay, no, there's another one. Their true histories are preserved in by oral tradition, and anyone who dares to think otherwise would be cast out from human society. They believe, I think they're talking about the Indians. They believe also that men live upon the will of heaven and make no doubt concerning the existence of antipodes. They hold that souls dwell in the sea, and as the Greeks once imagined of the Neuroids or something, Glaucus, Falcus or something, and other sea deities, they too indulge in such childish fancies. And then it just well, I like this part right here. It says, after these doctrines are publicly preached, the people depart and by inhaling the smoke of certain herbs, I love that part, apply this to the nostrils, they seem to lose their memory of what has been said. You get a little high, we lose the memory. And so to be free of error. Thus I don't know if they're the same thing, but it's funny. But thus they return home joyful. Oh yeah, because they're talking about the practices that these people do that the Indians were doing at during the passing of a person. And they talked about the antipods. I guess they talked about the antipods thing within their sermon. And then after the sermon, they went here, smoked some herbs, lost some memory. And then it says they return home joyful, believing that the rite not only benefits the soul's peace, but also contributes to bodily health. In their superstition, they also often deceived by wandering opinions. Their chief priest they call Maksu, who conducts their sacred rites and ceremonies. He pretends to know the hidden thoughts and desires of all hearts, and by flattery and deceit, he keeps the people under his control and draws them into his customs, almost like a preacher today. When certain flaming meteors appear in the sky, or whatever, that's nothing really there.
So yeah, no, that's pretty much some of what I got there. Let me throw you back on the screen. I see you got some here. And let me adjust you here.
Okay. So what y'all looking at, right? You see the three spokes? Yeah, understand it as the North Pole, right? Actually, for now, you can go back to panel.
I better say that one big one. It probably was better, huh? Yeah, 'cause I could see the map a little bit better. Oops, come on now, phone. Okay, there you go.
Okay. So now, you see that's the center that's considered the North Pole, right? So you see the lines and the circles, and then you see color. They never tell you what the colors mean. Any color that's on the outside of a map or shown as the center, it lets you know what lands are the highest above. This is showing you depth. Because on the opposite end of this, you would understand that that's the South Pole. It's still in the center. If I was to take a compass and go in a circle, it's going to still point to the center. This map is showing you depth as well, meaning level planes. You feel what I'm saying? Layers.
Ah, yeah, I see.
So this is what they would consider to be a side view map. Okay. So now when you tap into ancient depictions, this is still considered the North and South Pole. You see how the tree turned into the mountain. Here's another description. You see these roots? When they talk about, oh, we have portals. Yeah, we do. So, tapping in, right? This is a bird's eye view map. The North Pole is in the center. Now that you see the circles and the lines, you understand depth. So you see those little specks of gray spaces when it gets towards the outer layers, thus showing you depth. Okay? And whatever's the color on the outside lets you know what lands are above, that are higher, right? So here's a better understanding on what I'm saying. When I looked at that map, I understood it like this. When they say we are in the belly of the beast and all of these things. Understand it when I say it like this, right here. This phrase that everybody should know of, right? As above, so below. As within, so without. As the universe, so the soul.
Damn, how come I never thought the roots spread out like the damn tree branches until now?
I'm telling you, bro, this is crazy. So, for instance, now I'm gonna tap into something that's probably gonna be a little diabolical, right? So, where should I go with this? Okay, let's talk about, I wonder if that is on here. Hold on, I know what I'm looking for now. Okay, do y'all know how many caves and stuff we have? I think I probably need, I don't know if I have to grab it, but hold on, let me see if it's here. Okay, is it here? Hold on.
Yeah, just that last one was super deep. Like, I ain't even looked at the as above, so below within the just in the markings of the way the trees and the plants, produce themselves. Some things, man, is just real deep. And I've as she's pulling this up, I've read, some books about some deep stuff about the spirituality, metaphysical spirituality, in a sense of behind like plants. Their etheric body. They have an etheric body. They have a plant body, a physical body, but they don't have a. They have a um, group soul, if you will. They have a astral body. They have a group astral, from what they say, and a group soul or ego, which helps to govern kind of them altogether. But long story short, like just looking at these things, man, these are deeper talks. I do stick on a lot of history. I know a lot of y'all see me sticking on history, but no, I be diving deep, into these other topics too. At some point, I'll be getting into content that's geared towards um deeper subjects, on a real deep level, philosophical level. A lot of mine will probably go towards the. I don't know, man. I think I'll be touching everything, to be honest, man. There's so many things you can learn in this world. I ain't even gonna lie, man. It's like as soon as you start thinking you knowing a lot, there's always something else that'll pop up, being like, "Nigga, what is that?" Nobody told me about these things. Let me go see what that's about, man. And that's the enjoyment of life. If life didn't have enough things to discover, it would be a pretty not boring existence, but it wouldn't be as interesting. Um, so I do like this, and she always is cooking and bringing up some amazing stuff. Sorry.
Oh no, you good. I appreciate you too. I just had to go to my photos and grab these other pictures. Okay, so boom. Okay, you can go back to the other layout. Oh, y'all can kind of see it still. Okay, so what country has the most caves? Starting from number 1 to number 2, look at the significant gap. Hmm.
Man, that's a big. I never even looked at that. I never even thought about it. That's crazy.
And then when I calculated it, bro, all the way to 20, it kind of adds up with the Americas. But, we're not going to go there. Yeah. So, along with that, so I broke it down. So I was like, since we got 45,000, where they at? Boom. This makes Tennessee look like Swiss cheese.
And that's all in Indian territory.
Mm-hmm. The Milpa, Missouri, all of that. You feel me?
That's crazy, and only there. And it's crazy how you would think it would be a lot of caves over there in goddamn Nevada and all that, with all the damn rocky areas, but this all over here where fertile ground is at.
Yep. So, I'm finna show you guys Beringia real quick. Let's just talk about the Bering Strait, since they love to talk about it, right? You have to ask yourself, why are they showing it like this? Every map I'm finna show you is gonna show them pointing. See, this is the reason why the strait is not labeled as, or excuse me, spelled as the term strait. It's because the Bering Strait is vertical. Beringia is the lands beneath the Bering Strait. Let's talk about it. Now, yep, I know what I just said. Peep game. Why would they shape it like that? Right? Still not good enough for me, that ice layer and all of that. So here's a little evident, right? You have to ask yourself, is there another continent under Antarctica? Blah, blah, blah. Let's go to the blue. The land underneath the Antarctic ice bears evidence of these other land masses, some more similar to Australia and other parts more similar to the America, to South America, right? So when I looked into Beringia, I was asking it simple questions and stuff, and it tells you can't even fly from Alaska to, Russia because of the Bering Strait and all this other stuff. So I actually dove into something of a read that I actually found, right?
If you don't mind, keep cooking. I'm gonna go grab some real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, let me see. Is this one it? Okay, no, not that. Let's dive into this little story right here. Not that one. Okay, right here. Okay. And I appreciate the comments, y'all. Sorry if I can't hear y'all and stuff, or see the comments when you're ready. I could barely see it. So POP, hold it down.
My bad. What'd you say?
No, I was telling the people, thank y'all for y'all gifts and thank y'all for y'all beautiful comments. I know a lot of times I don't address it because I barely could see a lot of
Oh,
times.
okay. My bad. I was about to run. I'm gonna be right back. But do what you do.
You want me to? I could wait on you to read this.
It's up to you. I'll be like maybe 3-4 minutes.
Okay, I can just. I can read. Well, I want to actually read that with you, so let me go to something else. So, matter of fact, I can dive into this while I'm here, y'all. Y'all remember this image, right? Saying that it's all stacked up and everything. They told you it was a ship, but I'm finna literally tell you what it is, right? All of these descriptions. Y'all ready? Here we go. Peep game. Those weren't ships. They're catacombs. Look at our ancestors. Let me just pause it for a second. So peep game. Did y'all see that? If I went too fast, my bad. Anybody want me to go back? Put one in the chat too. I keep going. I'm just trying to, TikTok just for entertainment, educational purposes only. I can't show you all the images because they are diabolical. Y'all want me to go back? Shit. Y'all here. Okay. So yeah, they painted this narrative that they had us all stacked up and, we were slaves. Your ancestors were slaves. They were eaten by alligators. Like, really, bitch? No. You see, that image is literally what I'm about to show you. So keep this in mind again. Peep game. Okay. It's a, oh my God, bro. It be pissing me off every time I bring this shit up. Look at this shit, bro. It's diabolical. Look at look at the little one, bro. Look, I'm telling you, yo, like, crash out. I'm about to have a Twisted Tea moment. I'm telling y'all, this is plain disrespectful. Y'all seen what they did to Bartman. So, the Paris catacombs, where they're originally located. Let's talk about it. Peep game. Paris, Ohio. You see how they're saying it's an unincorporated community, but you see it on a landline, right? They never want to show you a picture. But guess what? See what I mean? You see catacombs of Savannah, Ohio, Portland, Oregon, the Oregon fucking Trail. That's what they call Africa, Skull Island. Never Never Land, the Vatican. Okay? This shit is diabolical, bro. So, something else. See, this is what these people love to do. I had to blur out the vision because this wasn't that long ago. 1910 happened here. One of our ancestors or one of us was up on that hickory smoke. Shit, TikTok is for entertainment, educational purposes only, allegedly. I don't know what I'm talking about. Look at this, bro, like... Hold on, let me pause. Let me just get it off that screen for a second.
And I just got back. Sorry about that.
Oh, shit, you missed a lot. But it's okay. I don't know if I want to go back because I'm trying not to crash out.
Nah. Do what you do. Do what you do.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, y'all. Just show it to y'all like this is not for me to have y'all being like Bernie Mac, getting off the train on his estate. I'm just here to, I don't even know. And that just pissed me off all over again. I'm so sorry, y'all. Like, fuck. Okay, so let's go back to the read. So, it's a time machine, Belgrano said. You go down there, or excuse me, you go down 5 meters, and you are 400 to 500 years behind. You don't realize I can't even hardly see this shit, bro. I'm legally blind. You realize you don't realize you live in the 21st century. When you are down there, you disconnect from the world. You're on another planet. It transports you. This same Del Grande is talking about how they found Christopher Columbus writings in the catacombs in the Americas. I'm not sure if this one was it, but yeah. Oh shit, that might be too big. You could go to the third one maybe. Go to the third from the last. There you go. So Belgrano also uncovered the Pazo de la Jara, whatever. So, which was the only source of portable water in Cadiz until 1666. Columbus proportionately loaded his ships there with water. Like, bro, this is literally truth. Like, a lot of people don't know that the West Indies, like before the Caribbean islands or before the islands, the Caribbeans was on the mainland, which is the West Indies. The West Indies is another way of saying the West Coast. You feel me? So ask yourself, how was Christopher Columbus and the Spaniards in Oregon in 1493? I have evidence of that. So now the Bering Strait again, like I was showing y'all. I'll teach you back tomorrow. Okay, hold on now. Just know that I have this for a fact of this being literally the images of the Bering Strait. And I ain't gonna sit up here and lie to y'all, so here we go. All right. See how it looks like a tree, a hollowed out tree. If you ever saw the movie Damsel, you understand the Jack and the Beanstalk story and the Itsy Spider. You feel me? The Jack and the Beanstalk climbed up the beanstalk and landed on the lands of the giants. All the giants were found here. The Bering Strait story makes no sense. If the Bering Strait is what they say it is, right? If it's supposed to be Russia being right there, so simple that is. Right there, right? So simple. Ask yourself this. They say the land bridge. If your land's flooded, and this is supposed to be a real map, how weren't we flooded too? How did you get access to walk? Now you're putting a frozen story with it. I mean, your land's flooded, and then the Bering Strait story is talking about it freezing over to where you could walk across the Bering Strait. How did you end up on the land if we're on the same level? It makes no sense. And then how does the ocean freeze? You see what they're showing you in this map? You see that little white shadowy area? And then you see the darker blues and the blues. This is showing you shallow. So why are they not just, they don't want to admit?
Like the light blue is a landmass, basically. And the darker blue is deeper.
Like, for instance, when I was showing y'all that they literally talking about lands, similar to others and all of this shit, that shit's real. Like, why are they always showing the Bering Strait in a vertical motion? Like, they'll point down. Like, Beringia is the lands beneath the Bering Strait, literally. So, we done seen sinkholes. This is not an impossible thing. You feel me? Like, let me see where this other map is. Right here. I love maps, y'all. I just don't like the way my teachers told it. I used to get in trouble. That doesn't make sense, Becky. Please explain it. Okay, let's get back to it. My bad, y'all. These caves and stuff. Do you know that we have marble caves in the Americas? Diamond caves, crystal caves. That looks so beautiful to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go back. I'm not forgetting about the Bering Strait. None of that, you guys. I'm just showing y'all, like, they don't never want to tell you this. Diamond caves, bro. They always want to tell you, oh, it's adrenochromes and alien people under there. And yeah, man. Oh, I'm probably just trying to keep you from rescuing KIDSs and all types of shit like that. Like, it's beautiful, but it's vertical. We have luminous caves all in the Gulf. Like, bro, let me show you this. Matter of fact. Now, these glow caves, I believe this is it. Oh, no. That was some other stuff I was looking into. I'm like, bro, these people be so pepperoni and cheese. It's ridiculous. So the glow caves right here. See that? Are there glowworm caves in the U.S.? Yeah. Alabama. But it's all through Florida, Mississippi. I mean, you see how they say Australia? We live in a terrain. That's what they call it, Mediterranean, right? These people be lying about everything. Like, let's see. We have so many ports. This is one port. See, like this. I need to show that image of the tree, huh?
That's wild. This got me thinking about the as above, so below differently. Like, so below is almost like another world below that we may not even know about. Living in a different type of fashion, which we hear about these things, but here's a lot of proof from Rashid Goddess that really helps to show, nah, man, these things are here. Not only do they exist, but a lot of it's here and it's documented. It's not just some fairy tale thing, which is crazy. They said we live in a true wonderland. No, that's real. And a lot of the old voyagers, I think I might even have a couple receipts. They say, they referred to this as being like the promised land and how, because of how fertile it was and expansive and all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? And it's just something that blew them away. All the gold, the silver, the pearls and everything here. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's crazy. Um, a Mormon in the Mammoth Cave. Like their war bonnets that they call it. We used to put those on our horses, ancient Egypt times. You know what I'm saying? Like it's ridiculous, but that's leading to this, right? So see how they got this or Ojo, Nigeria, right? I already told y'all I got evidence, so just look up Nigeria, Ohio. I don't feel like going back to my receipts to grab it. But they call this the Bennu, right? Which means mother of waters. Talking about the Bennu River, supposed to be in Africa, or Beni, right? And I was like, let me dig a little deeper, right? So I found something, y'all. And what I found, the mother of waters in Quebec refers to the abundance of fresh water in the province, particularly in the St. Lawrence River. Notre Dame. Wait a minute. Mother of waters. So I found an article talking about the Lawrence River. And then it shows this understanding, right? Look at these images of these people. Look, we on the boats. Ancient pictures, bro. This is talking about, like, bro, we've been doing this. I keep telling people. It's like they went back in history and painted a slave narrative. When areas were devastated, bro, we went back and rebuilt. We've been trading before it, you know what I'm saying, invaders. So, sacred sites, Mother Earth Water Walk, right? So, I was wondering why in this talking point did they show me this? Oh my God. What does this look like to y'all? A cut tree with water in it. Bro, this is some. The people under the stairs. Oh my God. This, bro. Canada. Look. What lies beneath? The resounding impact of a crater. I mean, little images. This is real. And then I actually have evidence that 80% of Canada is uninhabitable. The majority of the people live like along the coast of the Americas. No wonder why Trump said he wasn't worried about Canada. when they was threatening to cut off the lights. And he said, yeah, Canada would make a nice country. He knows what he doing. He a businessman. That's why they don't like him. So, I mean, bro, like, they got, I mean, so many talking points about this. They even have this image, which is so cute to me. This is basically all the Mother Earth, y'all. Look. Mother of Waters, excuse me. Because when I looked into the Bering Strait, I was wondering why they were talking about the Lawrence River being flooded and not Chukchi Sea and all. Is this the beanstalk that they crawled up from under in the movie Us? We're Americans. Who that movie makes me so bad. They had on all red coming up from underground. They're coming out of the sewers. Oh my God, bro. We have been invaded by bed bugs and oh my God. I'm sorry, y'all. To crash
It's like
out.
an invasive species.
And then here's another image. And I said, why does this look like Nigeria? Like, bro. Oh my God. I don't even know what to think anymore. This should be diabolical. Excuse my French, y'all. Like, this look chose like, you remember that part of that movie too? We're Americans. No, you ain't. We're Americans. Oh my God, that movie made me so mad. But look,
That's insane.
this is talking about the enslavement, quote unquote, of, this is the mother of waters. This is why this is alone. Like when y'all understand the connection, the Mississippi River, you know what I'm saying? And how just pull up a map of Ohio and then compare it to Spain and then compare it to Nigeria. Why do they both kind of similarly look alike? And then why are they planting it on the east when literally everything that I'm really telling you about in history about these areas was literally over in the west too, like the northwest they don't never want to tell you about. That the quote unquote flooding of Atlantis was talking about the northwest and how Oregon has a significant connection to the Gibraltar Strait. Bro, it's crazy. Then you got these people. Oh my God, this image pissed me off. The mother waters, and you over there like feet all in the water, bro. I'm just, excuse me. More images, y'all. They'll never talk about it. Literal images. Look at this. This is talking about the ports of quote unquote where we supposed to be enslaved from Africa to America and all of that. This, look, right here. This is what they're talking about. Then you find out about places like the settlement of Siberia, Ontario, and how it's called Siberian sinkholes and Nigerian mudslides, like Siberian, Nigerian, like bro, this is diabolical. Sorry to spring it on y'all like that. But let's get back to more images of this Bering Strait. That's what they would call, you know how they say the Black Sea and all of that stuff, the Boris Strait, Gibraltar Strait, Bering Strait, like all of these are vertical, bro. Vertical. You can't cross them because they vertical. We got so many of these. I don't know if y'all saw a video of these people jumping, like one by one, these kids jumping down this well. They just right after each other. I'm like, dang, where are they going? Bro, these people going to different dimensions. Like,
That's like Super Mario where he jumped down the
yeah.
motherfucking little tube or whatever. That's crazy.
Look at this, y'all. This is vertical. These are straits. Literally. Like, here's another one that was kind of diabolical, too. I was just like, oh, my God, bro. I ain't signed up for this shit. Excuse my French. I did not sign up. Let me show you. So, the Duranku Cave and all of that stuff. The cave in Georgia. But then they're saying, oh no, they're talking about Russia, Georgia. Like, come on, man, stop playing with our top, bro. For real. Tired of these people playing, literally. So when they were talking about these people, it's a read on them, and it's right here. So the Doriku caves and how they got layers of 85 meters going down, and like underground cities, catacombs. Like, we have people living under stairs, bro. The map of the wait, here we go, right here. Sorry to be a little bit all over the place, but where did that here? Okay, so what I'm about to show you, and then it definitely falls along with the anti-pose, y'all. Trust me. And I'm gonna dive into that in just about 5 minutes. But let me show you this, to continue with the story.
Oh, you good? You good? I'm soaking in the game.
Yeah, and I know it could be a lot to take into, so my bad, y'all. I'm just okay. So is this one it? Okay, so I know y'all heard of these people. They come from with it like this. In so many words, the people with the furry hats and shit like that, like, bro, they came from the lands beneath. That's why they always. It's like when you follow the attire of these people wearing all these clothes, covering themselves from the sun, bro. They don't absorb it. It's like everything about us, they just say is diabolical. They blocking the sun. They don't absorb it, obviously. They're the hidden hand. So let me get in. Okay, so here's an image of these little catacombs and buildings and stuff. Like, bro, this stuff is looking so anthill to me. Here we go, right here. Ooh, these catacombs look so nasty, bro. Like, this
It
is
look,
bedrock, Barney Rubble.
it look like those termite mounds.
See? You just spoke it up as soon as I clicked on the picture. That's wild. I'm just trying to really get to the read. I do want to show y'all the pictures. This is Depth. I don't know if y'all saw a video of this guy he just kept going down and down and down. Like, bro, this is literally as above, so below. And it's like we at the top. Let me grab this map.
Yeah, what's crazy is she makes such a good point. Like, I remember looking at that Bering Strait area, and I was like, it's not even that far. And there's this one guy that on YouTube that went up there to the reservation or something up there, and they stood at the edge of the coast, and they was like, you can. They pointed. They was like, there it is, right there. There's the other side. You can literally see it. So I'm like, in my head, I was like, they didn't have to wait for it to freeze over to go. I mean, you could easily get on a little canoe. You could hop on a piece of wood and just paddle your ass over in that bitch if you really wanted to. So, she's bringing light to me a lot more on what are other possibilities or other things that likely happened that did happen besides just some people had to wait hundreds of thousands or thousands of years before they could finally cross that bitch and it froze. Nobody could swim. It's people crazy. You may not want to swim it, but you can easily hop on a little boat, a little canoe, a log, damn near hollow out a little log, and just get inside that hole and just roll your ass there. So there's no good reason. And the Bering Strait story was the way that the YT folks told it
was debunked some time ago. So there has to be other reasons and other ways that these people came who aren't us. You know, we've already done a lot of traversing, but this goes in other planet. But this helps to go into more deeper ideas on how some of these people possibly came this way on some creepy crawler type shit. To be honest, you know, like she was saying, you know, these. Go ahead. I'm just taking up the little dead time.
I'm just grabbing photos to show something, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, I forgot what I was saying, but yeah, like it just gives you just the idea, you know what I'm saying, of like, you know, these people, because, and you know, and you try to think differently at times, because it's like, well, is the world really this crazy? But when I think about these old world buildings and how things were and how they took over and how they populated here so fast, and when I look at like the earthquake of San Francisco video, you got hundreds of thousands of dang white folks walking around in the same outfit with hats on, the same hats, and everybody's doing the same thing. Ain't nobody. It's all weird. So yeah, you got to look at the weird stuff. The things that we would think are weird are what's true. But go ahead.
So yeah, this map, right? It's talking about, you know, when you see the lighter blue spots and darker blue, it's talking about, you know, shallow waters and such. So I know y'all can't really see it, so I done already zoomed into you. Mediterranean Sea of America. This map right here helped me find all of these places that I'm showing y'all. So to better understand, when you look at this world, you have to understand it in the sense of this. Okay? Literally. Hold on. Literally. Hold on. In the meantime, we can tap the screen. It's as above, so below. You see, the reason why they show you the maps in school and stuff is being all stretched out. It's because they have to stretch it out for you or put it on the globe. But it's crazy that when you look into maps that are, you have to look into what type of map you're looking into. If you see a map that say America or United States, Africa, and all of that, those are political maps. Look into landmass maps, anti-pole maps, you know, underground maps. They got all types of different maps that they don't talk to you about in school. You know what I'm saying? So it's, I always just had a feeling. I was just like, bro, I don't think all skin folk is skin folk. Because the way how these people could actually indulge into a hot soup and use their fingers and eat it, bro, and their fingers don't get burned. A lot of people, bro, we ain't got the same skin. Something ain't right. And it has a lot to do, like, I even looked into the fact that us and Nigerians and stuff, like, bro, we have different hair follicles. Our hair follicles are more of an oval or circular motion, depends on your curl pattern. But theirs are more of a ribbon-like. And when you absorb the sun and have rich plasma, it has a lot to do with hair growth. And this ain't no disrespect to the gods and goddesses who suffered your hair follicles being damaged through chemicals and stuff, but these people don't grow hair like that. I mean, I have proof of it. You could be a very fair-skinned god and goddess and have neuromelanin in your brain, but you can also be dark and have none. Like, bro, we is not all skin folk ain't kin folk, bro. It's just not true. And you could tell we just definitely grow different. It's just that everybody needs to go back to their ancestral terrain, I guess. Because I can't do this. And when I look into their cultural ways, bro, I see why they were exiled. I see why their lands didn't survive and they had to come and fuck with us. You gotta go back, bro. Because we are only seem to be the ones who's falling victim to this. Seem like every melanated person ain't being affected by this. Yeah, something ain't right. I hope the host is good. But yeah, let's keep tapping the screen. Yeah, they all gotta go. Like, I didn't even know it was in a lot of Ethiopian cultures that a lot of them, they eat raw meat. Bro, like, what? You know you ain't supposed to share bodily fluids with animals and you wonder why you got ostrich feet and tails and shit, bro. Look. Nope. I'm good. Mess around and give birth to a whole muffin baby. Told some la 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 la. That's what I'm saying. Nobody talk about suing Sesame Street, TikTok, just for entertainment, educational purpose. Boy, they conditioned us to like Bert and Ernie and Cookie Monster. Like nobody protesting that we live amongst people who grow fur. That's wild. Hopefully his phone didn't die, because if he don't come back in 5 minutes, the live will end. Look, Nikki, like that was the diversion. Exactly.